Okay, great. So I'm going to kind of start over again here. This is John Freeman. I'm the Executive Director of the Great Lakes Renewable Energy Association. I want to welcome everybody to the 2021 Solar Home Tour put on by the Great Lakes Renewable Energy Association and ACES, our national partner. ACES is the American Solar Energy Society. And we're very happy to do this. We want to thank all of you for joining us, and we particularly want to thank all of our presenters as well. We have 3 sponsors for this event, which I want to give much appreciation to. The Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes and Energy, otherwise known as EGLE. They've been a longtime sponsor for GLREA's activities, and we're very pleased to have them be a sponsor for this year as well. We also have Harvest Energy. They were a sponsor last year, and once again, they're a sponsor this year, and as well as Absolute Solar. They were also a sponsor last year, and they're a sponsor again this year. So we want to thank them very much.
With Absolute Solar.
So I want everybody to please go on mute while the presentations are being made. And then and the basic format will be that each presenter will talk for 10, 15 minutes, a little slack in there. But we would like for some time to be made available for people to ask questions or make comments of the presenter. And so we think that's a great format. So I'm going to turn it over right now. I don't think there's any need to wait to our first presenter. Dave Strensky has been doing amazing work in Ypsilanti for a number of years. He's been a longtime GLREA supporter. And so I want to turn it over to Dave right now. And thank you very much. Dave, you have to about 10:20 or so.
All righty. Yeah, I'm Dave Strensky, and we have a little group here called Solar Ypsi. You can find us at solarypsi.org. Ypsilanti's been making great strides in solar. We're up to 1.4 megawatts, or I forget the number. It's like 71 watts per capita, which puts us like on par with San Francisco and Austin, Texas, or something like that. Last time I calculated it. So a little town, doing good. And so I'm going to do just a real quick how solar works, and then I queued up about 5 different time-lapse videos of installations, and we can watch those and see how it actually works. So this is more like how the electronics work. So we're going to start off. I'm assuming everybody can see my screen, right?
Yep.
On the top here, we're going to have some panels. The panels are going to be on your roof, or maybe on the ground, or maybe on a carport or something like that. This is kind of the schematic I had for the Ypsi Food Co-op. There'll always be a disconnect of some sort. This is for maintenance. If you ever wanted to turn the system off, or if your house is on fire, you want to turn off the power coming off the roof. And then there's the red box is the inverter. It could be a Sunny Boy in this case. It could be a string inverter, a micro inverter, a combination of the two. I won't go into those details, but basically you're going to have direct current coming off your roof. It gets converted or inverted to alternating current, which then just plugs into a breaker in your breaker panel. And that's what we, next slide, page, there we go. That's what it looks like here. So here's the breaker panel at the co-op, or an older one. Actually, this has all been replaced now. And so DTE, or consumer's power, would be coming in from the top. We had a couple of meters on here so we can measure the power coming in. So this is the main power coming into your breaker panel. And then you would usually attach your solar power to the bottom of the breaker panel. And this is kind of a weird concept for some people, but you basically have 2 sources of electricity. And you can think of it as waters and pipes, and this is being like a tank, but you have basically 2 sources. They are energizing the same bus bars. And then when I attach a toaster off of this breaker, it will just pull whatever power is available. And so this is what it looks like. Here's me at 4 a.m., right? And I'm going to make some toast, wash dishes, have some margaritas, make cookies and hamburgers. And it's 4 a.m. There's no sun. The solar panels are off. The inverter is off. And all of my power is coming from DTE in my case. And so my meter's spinning forward. and I'm energizing all of these appliances that I'm running. The sun just rises a little bit. It's a very shallow angle, but it's enough to create a voltage on these panels. It's enough to wake up the inverter. The inverter wakes up and starts converting that little bit of power to alternating current and starts feeding my breaker. So at 8 a.m., I'm still running the same appliances, but maybe I have enough solar power to charge my toaster, but I don't have enough to power my whole house. So then I'm still buying power from the utility company to supply power to the rest of those utilities, those appliances. And then as the sun rises, so I'm going to get the maximum power when the sun is perpendicular or right over the panels. And so as the sun is rising, I'm making more and more power. So maybe at 11, I'm almost solar powered, but I have a little more needs. So I'm going to just buy a trickle of power from the utility company now. And then this happens at my house every day. It's a beautiful day. It's sunny. The sun is right over the panels. I'm producing as much power as I can. All of my appliances are solar powered, and I have an extra handful of electricity that kind of comes into my breaker panel, and it's got no place to go because all of my appliances are happy. So just like water in pipes, it's just going to flow backwards. My utility meter will spin backwards, and I'll be exporting that power to the grid. And with net metering, I'll get credit for it. It used to be 1-to-1 credit. Now it's a 1/2-to-1 credit. And where does that power go? Well, here's our neighborhoods. Here's the power plant down in Monroe for me. Here's our power poles, in the alleys and stuff like that, and transformers. And you want to picture some person over here at the power plant shoveling coal, creating electricity, and supplying electricity to all of the people on the grid. And then you have two people here. They put solar on their house. It's a beautiful day. They're exporting excess power, and they're supplying it to this guy here. So this person hates solar power, but he doesn't know. He's just buying electrons from the utility company, doesn't know where they're coming from. And so that's one thing that I want people to realize is that when you export power to the grid, you're not sending it back to the power plant. You're basically sending it to the next closest ground, the next closest toaster. So power that leaves my house travels maybe about 50 feet to my neighbor's toaster.
Wow.
And so what that means is you have a guy here or the person here who's shoveling coal doesn't have to supply power to the grid in the lower left-hand corner because they're self-sufficient. And so the person shoveling coal shovels a little bit less coal. And then if we could replicate that at different parts of the grid, they would shovel even less coal. And then maybe at some point they would start selling our power to Ohio because we don't need it. Okay, let me change slides here.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, let me turn the sound off. Okay, I'm assuming everybody can see this.
You just
So this-
explained how it all works. And it really helps my neighbors because all the electrons go to them, all the excess. so
Folks,
that it
Can you
lowers
please
their
go
bill.
on mute?
So this is we have 100% solar powered fire station. This was a volunteer project that I helped organize. These are unirack roof ballasted racking or installation. We had about a dozen volunteers. We put up, it was 176 panels, I think. And then we added another 52 or something like that. Because after a couple of years, the fire chief says, hey, this is working great. I'm saving $6,000 a year. Let's put some more on.
Well, this is pretty informative.
And so
Whole solar talk, no?
it took us basically one day to put all these panels up. And so these are just little baskets. And there's a program that you run that tells you how many concrete blocks to put in each basket. And so this thing is not penetrating the roof at all. It's just sitting up there and the concrete blocks hold it in place. These are the baskets. You got to put these little clamps on the ends and screws. This is what the final installation looked like. And that was a fun project. And we did this. We had a $25,000 donation from an anonymous donor. And then the city kicked in maybe 30. And then we were able to monetize tax credits. That's the fire chief. Monetize tax credits to bring down the price. And then by using volunteer labor, we were able to lower the price. So it was a fantastic project. And
as we have for the last 2 weeks, and Acrion firmly denies any involvement.
don't think that was a question for me. So get out of this. Get out of this. There we go. Let me check my time here. Okay. This is another
Oh, the
installation.
plasma.
This is on our freight house in Ypsilanti, a historic freight house. Actually, I had to go through a lot of work to get the historic district commission to approve this project. But they really like this one. This is a panel. Unfortunately, it's not made anymore, but it was made in Michigan up in Auburn Hills called the Unisolar. And it's a sticker. I mean, it was quite an incredible product. You basically, this is a metal roof with, it's called a standing seam metal roof. And probably the hardest part is cleaning these little panels. So we would get a rag, and there was a particular process you had to go through to clean the panel, and you actually had to wipe it down with alcohol. They really wanted it clean. And then these came in rolls, and you would peel off the backing and then stick it down. I liked it and I didn't like it, so this looks like it's really simple. If it rolls off to one edge a little bit, this is a one-time shot. So once it's stuck down, it doesn't come back up. So it was cool because it was easy, but you had to be real careful to get it right the first time. I have friends with drones and other friends that like to edit videos. So this is this is why we have all these great videos. And so that's a very small system. It's called amorphous silicon. It's not very efficient. So it's only supplying a small portion of the power at the freight house. And then this is more of a typical home installation. This is again another one-day job. This one I equate to a Amish barn raising because we had kids running around. People brought lunch. None of these people had done solar before, except me. And so we're putting up the mount points. So there's a shingled roof. You have these flashings that you slide under the shingles, and you have these lag bolts that go through the roofing deck and into the rafters. And that's your mount points. And then you put these rails across. And then there's these optimizers that go underneath. They're kind of hard to see here. And then the panels go down. So this is actually pretty simple stuff. And that's what I like about these solar projects. It's a very repetitive job. So once you do one or two panels, volunteers understand what's going on. There's a junction box under the middle, and then the power goes down the back of the house to the inverter. And I'll admit that this is not the best place for solar, but these people just wanted to do it. That's what I find. So you can see right now, they have quite a bit of shading. We let the rails go off the edge, and then we would trim them later. And then there's little caps that go on the end to make everything look neat. I got two more. This was I'm very proud of this project. This was part of the DOE Solar in Your Community Challenge or something like that. We were in a competition. We were trying to win $1 million or $500,000 or something like that. And this is a brand new building that they're building in a low income housing development. And because of that, we were able to monetize. We said that the roof and part of the structure was all part of the solar project. So we were able to monetize all of that, monetize the tax credits. The Housing Commission financed it. So there was actually, I think, no money down on this project. And then we hired 4 people from the neighborhood. And it was kind of neat because we had a classroom in this building. So they would be in this building learning about solar power. And then we would get up on the roof, and the same deal. We put down those flashings, and then we put down the rails and the optimizers. And this is a pretty big system. And because this was like a training system where we did everything by the book, we had safety ropes. And these guys learned how to do it. We had another project, and we hired another force. We had 8 people that we kind of like trained in how to do solar. And after this project was over, I think 3 of those got jobs. One was a journeyman electrician, one was a roofer, and the other one was like a solar installer. So that was great. So it's not only an environmental thing, but it's a jobs program. And I'll just say it was fun. And you could see that we were doing this in some rather cold weather, which makes it a little more tricky. And then my last video, let's see, 10, 12. Yeah, so I'm doing good.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Thanks for all your help.
So this is my house, and this I'll tell you how not to do it. Maybe I'm packed in trees. I'm in a historic district, but I convinced them that I could put it on this west-facing roof. So west-facing and east-facing makes about 75% of the power of a south-facing installation. And on the left here, I put a camera up in a tree, and I did a time-lapse video of the panels. And then above it is the monitoring program. This is end phase. And so this panel represents the power coming off that panel. And you can see as the power pole shades my panels, it whacks the power on that panel. But as soon as it moves over, the panel lights back up. And so this is the advantages of micro inverters instead of string inverters, and how the whole panels act independently. Whereas in a string inverter system, if you shade one, it could affect the whole string. And I think that's how about that? Any questions?
We just speak up. Hi, Dave. This is
Hi.
Mark Miller. I heard you at the presentation for the Catalyst Communities that Eagle put on. It's the
Okay.
second time I'm hearing from you. Is there another source for the amorphous roll type panel product? You said the one that has not.
Yeah, I think amorphous is still around, but I don't know of anybody that makes a product that rolls onto a metal roof like that. I do know I was working with a friend of mine, Brian Tell, who was running Shadeplex at the time, and he had a flexible amorphous panels that he was fusing to fabric and making tents. And then anything that you see like on a backpack or a lot of camping gear will make portable solar panels that you could charge your phone with while you're camping. That's all amorphous. So the technology is still out there, and it's still viable technology. I just don't know of anybody making it onto a roofing solution.
Okay,
Dave,
thanks.
Can we go away from sharing the screen so people can see each other?
Oh, very good. Right.
Thank you.
You want to ask or me? Hi, Dave. Thanks so much for your presentation. I just wanted to ask maybe in general a question about keeping them clean, washing them off, dust,
Oh, good.
snow,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a good question. That's actually a very common question. And I like to say that they're maintenance free. So they will get dirty. Birds will poop on them. And but what I've seen is the rain and the snow more or less keeps them clean. So that there's no real reason to clean them off. Now, if it was a ground mount system where I could just walk up to them and wipe them off with a rag, I probably would. But if it's on a second story roof, I wouldn't worry about it at all. And I actually kind of joked with one neighbor who very excited, got his solar installation going, and the first winter came and there was 2 inches of snow on it, and he went out and ran out and bought like a $30 snow rake, a special one, so it wouldn't scratch the panels, and he cleared all the snow off of it. And I think I did the calculations on it, and like he'd have to clear the snow off those panels for like 10 winters before he recovered the cost of his snow rake. Because in the winter, you're already in your lowest production season, and the snow is going to come off in a day or two anyway. So when you pull the snow off, you're basically just going to gain a day or two of poor production. And that's basically, nickels and dimes. So if there's nothing against doing it. It was kind of an interesting calculation.
Okay, yeah, thanks so much. We're on a farm, and boy, when they work the fields, the whole house has a coat of dust in it. So
Oh yeah, okay. In that case, yeah, I might wash them off. If it was easy to get to, but the next rain would do it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Dave?
Yes, Dave, this is Ben Brown. I don't know if you'll be able to see me or not, but are you the only person doing like a community-built solar projects from time to time, or are there other people that you've heard of doing that in Michigan?
I don't know. Community solar is an interesting term. So there is a term called community solar, and there are people up in the Traverse City, Copish, I think it is, where they actually built a community solar farm where they got some land and they put solar panels in it, and then people buy like shares into that farm and offset their bill. The only reason they're allowed to do it is because that area is in an electric co-op. And so their utility company allows them to do it. I would love to do one in this area, but I can't because DTE won't let you do a community solar farm. As for volunteer projects, you just have to work with your city, right? So on any of the municipal and you know, like that housing commission and stuff like that, we still have to pull permits. Well, on all these projects, you know, you have to pull a permit, and on a municipal building, you actually have to have a licensed electrician connect the power. So I can get volunteers to put the panels up. I can do, you know, like the wiring on the roof under the supervision of an electrician, but it's actually a licensed, let's say insured electrician that's actually tying the power to a building. As a homeowner, you can pull your own permits, and you don't need a licensed electrician for your own home. And I've done that where the homeowner has pulled all the permits, and then I'll basically show them how to do it and help them do it.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, we have time maybe for one more quick question or comment.
Hi, this is Pancella. I have a question. I'm sorry, Mary, I see Mary got off mute as well, Marianne. I just wanted to know, is it common that utility companies don't allow for community solar farms? I know there's a lot, and I know we had a church that was working, it was just really frustrating. So is that common across the country where utility companies won't allow communities to have community solar farms?
I don't know countrywide. I mean, I read about them occasionally, like in Solar Today and different, you know, newspapers and stuff. I just know DTE doesn't allow it. I'm not sure about consumers. John, do you know that?
Yeah, the problem is it's a state by state situation. And in some states where the legislatures are a little more progressive, they have established a requirement that that utilities must work with developers and nonprofit organizations to put together community solar type projects. Minnesota is the one in this area that we look to that's enacted a state statute that requires it. There's a 2-bill package in the Michigan House of Representatives right now. One bill is sponsored by a Republican, the other bill is sponsored by a Democrat. But unfortunately, the chairman of the House Energy Committee, Joe Bellino, he's going to hold a hearing on community solar on October 27th. The question is whether he will schedule a vote for it. Because as Dave said, DTE consumers are very strongly opposed to community solar because they frankly don't like people generating their own power, because that means they have one less customer buying power from them. And in the case of community solar, it then makes it possible for a lot more people to access solar, which is why we're very supportive of it, because there are some very real reasons why some people can't put solar on their homes. The roof doesn't face south. They may live in an apartment or a condominium, or they don't have the financial ability to pay the full upfront cost of a solar project. And community solar would address all those concerns. I will be sending out information about the 2-bill package on community solar probably on Monday. So look for it, because we will ask people to send letters and emails to Joe Bellino and the other members on the House Energy Committee.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome, Pancel. It's wonderful to have you, by the way. So now I want to turn to our next presenter. Thank you very much, Dave. Great opening presentation.
John,
I
can I
wanna-
make a quick comment?
It's got to be quick, Mark.
Very quick. Ann Arbor is launching a sustainable energy utility that will include community solar as well as solar microgrids. So watch that as well. They've gotten permission by the Public Service Commission to pursue this, and they've announced they've started launching it just this week. So that will be a model for community solar as well. Thanks, John.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mark. Now we're going to turn it to Marianne Bayer. She's going to talk about her solar system at her home. Welcome, Marianne, and thank you for joining us.
Hi, John, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do everything outside.
Okay.
And my name is Marianne Bayer, and my house is in the city of Dearborn, and I've lived here for over 30 years. And today I'm going to tell you about the things that I've done to live sustainably. My solar panels are a part of my effort to practice sustainable living. And over the years, I put in double pane windows, insulation in the attic, and high efficiency furnace for some examples. In 2009, I purchased solar panels from Mechanical Energy System and an Outback generator a year later. Then Enphase had a special deal in 2019, I think it was, that I could upgrade my solar panels, which were installed by Sumter Solar. And then my panel, like I have 14 panels, 13 facing south and one facing west. I'm gonna try and show them to you the front part. Up on the peak there, it's a 4.9 array rating, and there's fencing around the bottom to keep the squirrels out because I had a little there. So, and then in the warmer months, my panels generate between 500 to 600 kilowatt hours in a month. And then my typical usage is probably around 450 kilowatt hours per month. So, and then down in the basement, that's where I have the main and critical load. There's two separate panels, and the critical load panels are supplied by the Outback generator. And it has 6 lead acid batteries, and they are a 7.5 total kilowatt hour. And when the grid is down, the system functions like an off-grid system running on the critical load box. And when the grid is down, the panels power the house, charge the batteries, and the batteries power the house at night. Hopefully they get through the night. And then, so then I have a Kia Nero Ev, my electric car, and I'll show you that. It's has bi-directional capability. Let's see if we can see the plug there. There it is. And it's when I charge my car, I want to charge it from the solar panels and not from the grid. So I use, I'm gonna go over here. I use the 110, see if you can see that. That's my rain barrel. I don't know if you can see it. It's the plug. It's a 3-prong plug, 1.4 kilowatt hours during the middle of the day when I know there's enough excess power from the panels. And I don't have a more powerful charging setup, but I'd like to when they develop bi-directional capabilities, which they're coming out with that now, but I don't know if DTE will allow it. Yeah. You could use it in your car at night as a battery. Okay, and then I have rain barrels here, which I collect my rainwater for my garden. I have 6 of those, which I didn't really need to use them this year, hardly. I mean, I used them, but it rained so much this year that I didn't empty them all out. And then on the back of my house, on the south facing roof, I have a solar tube, which adds natural light to my family room that would be dark during the day. So I don't even have to turn the electricity, turn a light on. And then I also have a solar powered vent fan, which is right at the peak of the roof. And I don't know if you can really see that, but let's see. It's way up there, so it's kind of hard to see it, but the solar tube is that little circular thing underneath the solar panels. But the solar powered vent fan vents the attic in the summer to keep the air cool in the attic, and also in the winter it helps move the air so you don't get mold or mildew up in the attic. And it only uses solar power, so it only works when the sun is out. Now the next thing I have is my lawnmower, which, let's see if you can see that. And it's a Newton lawnmower, which they're out of business, but you can see the battery there. It's a battery charge. I've had it for about 20 years, and it's very reliable. And as a factoid, one gas mower spews 88 pounds of greenhouse gas, CO2, and 34 pounds of other pollutants in the air every year. And that's just one gas mower. So times millions, that's a lot of pollution there. And now I'm going to walk back a little ways and show you my mulch bin. And I use the mulch in the spring when I'm planting my garden. And here's my garden here. And then the mulch bin is in the back there. And what I do is I put my vegetable scraps and my fruit scraps in there, but I don't put anything with fat or oil. And the saying goes, soil does not like oil, and no bones or anything like that. But I do put leaves in there. And also I use my clothes poles to hang my clothes. So I schedule my laundry when the sun is out, or, try to. And here's my clothes pole. You can see it right next to my mulch bin. And then I have also an induction cooker inside the house, and that is I have induction ready pots and pans. In order to use it, you have to have the proper pans, but it is more energy efficient as well. Oh yeah, and then what I do in the winter for my clothes to dry them, I just put them in the dryer for a half hour, and then I have dryer racks that I hang the rest of them on so that I don't use that much gas. So, and in conclusion, I'm always looking for more ways, more opportunities to be sustainable. And does anybody have any questions
Or comments?
or comments?
Well, I think, Marianne, what you've done is extraordinary, because you have systemically looked at your lifestyle and figured out how you can, do everything you can to contribute to a better, cleaner planet, whether it's saving rainwater, or powering electricity through solar, and using natural light. And it's really have done an amazing job. So
Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
any other questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, Marianne, this is Bruce Westlake, president of the Electric Automobile Association in Michigan. And we'd love to have your Nero and your expertise come to any of our events. So if you just send me an email, I'll put you on our email list.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds great.
I have a question. How long did it take to get where you are? How long did all this take to get here?
Well, I've lived in my house, and I decided I wanted to make the investment in a house. So it's taken many years, and a lot of money, to make it all more efficient. But I tried making it efficient, and then the opportunity through DTE and the write-offs came. So that's when I wanted to get the solar panels. and I had cut out an article about that mechanical energy systems from 1980, and I kept it. So when I called them up, that, you know, that's when I finally got the panels. But yeah, it took a long time and a lot of money, but I think for me, it was worth it.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting strategy, is that you try and do a little bit at a time over X number of years, and that way it works within your cash flow of your household budget. And the other thing that is increasingly going to be important, and GLREA is trying to work on this, is to get realtors to understand the increased property value that a home has by the various efforts like people like Marianne have done to improve the energy efficiency and to generate electricity in a way that's going to save money in the long run. So if there's ever a time down the road that Marianne wants to sell her home, we want the market price to reflect the investment she's made into. And so GLREA is, the last year or so, has been having conversations with realtors about how they need to learn how to appropriately appraise a home like Marianne's, so it actually reflects, you know, the value of it compared to her neighbor's house, which her neighbors may be wonderful people, but they may not have lifted a finger to try and improve the performance. So any other quick, go ahead.
Is it a surprise to you? I don't see many, after talking to real estate brokers, apparently, I seem to find a 5% bump on a 5% increase only on homes with solar in the marketplace. Is that a surprise to you? Does that seem low or not? Is there just not much data out there to work with?
There is data, but most of the data is in California, Arizona, and some of those states where there's been a higher penetration of solar homes. The national NREL, maybe John Sarver can help me out with what it stands for. They have done a number of studies over the years comparing those homes with non-solar homes. And I think that 5% figure is a little low. I think essentially what it is that people get back when they sell their home, what they've put into it in terms of the solar system. And so I think that as the penetration of solar increases, there will be more data points to show what the value is. Any other quick questions for Marianne or comments? Okay, well, thank you so much, Marianne. It was a great performance and we really appreciate your time. We're now going to turn to Bob Sink from Grand Rapids to make his presentation. Welcome, Bob.
Hi, John. Hi, everybody. I see there's 52 participants. That's marvelous. Well, I have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to try to share my screen. All right. Can everyone see my PowerPoint Michigan Solar Home Tour?
We see part of it.
Part of it.
Like we see, it's like half of the picture but half of the title page.
Oh, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Are you going to watch this?
The left half is the title.
I'll turn my phone on.
The right half, you should see a picture of myself.
Okay, everyone go on mute.
Probably not gonna
So
hang out.
did I look okay?
So those are my water heating solar panels that were installed in 2014.
Bob, we can't really see the picture, only half the picture.
Well,
Yeah,
I wonder,
just keep moving it over
well,
if you can.
I don't.
That's
you go.
what his slide looks like, the title and a photo.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me just continue with the next slide then.
Okay.
So recently we had the house reshingled, and that was an opportunity to increase the tilt on the panels. which is going to be better for us in Michigan. The snow will slide off quicker in the winter, and there's too much heat in the summer anyway, and not enough in the winter. So that will help that. And we did not even have to pull these panels down to do the reshingling. We had the upper supports replaced by 4-foot 2x4s, and then the roofers were able to work underneath them behind the panels. So in the basement is the water tank, and the antifreeze water from the roof pipes down into a heat exchanger inside the tank. And so there's no mixing between the water that goes up on the roof and the water that we use. All of this hardware came from Calefi, which is a company in Italy, which at that time was considered the premier water heating company. The pump has several different options that you can set to your specifications. And for example, one option is the maximum heat that it should heat up your tank. And I have it set to 140 degrees, which is a bit high, but that enables me to use as much of the solar as I can. And I can press a button and see what the temperature is on the roof versus in the tank. Right here, the tank is 132 degrees. And it works flawlessly. The pump just goes on and off depending on the relative temperatures. And when I go on vacation, I can set vacation mode so that the system won't overheat. And then you want to have a regular water heater in addition, because in the winter, you're not going to have enough heat to keep yourself comfortable. And you can have whatever you want, tank or on demand, gas or electric, just whatever your preference is. So unfortunately, things cost money. I don't know if you can see it. Our total cost was about $4,800 after getting the federal tax credit. So then in 2018, we put in the PV panels on our garage. I hadn't really thought about PV before, but after we got our garage re-roofed, I kept looking at that blank roof with nothing on it, doing nothing. And I thought, dang, I can make use of that. So a west-facing roof, of course, isn't quite as good as south, but it's what I had to deal with. So I thought I would make the best use that I could of what I had. And you notice this is a metal roof. No matter what kind of roof you have, there will be a way to fasten solar panels onto it. And then again, the costs, this project was $6,300. And I did work on calculating payback time using what consumers was charging me in 2019, which now, what is it? And maybe it's higher. It's hard to tell now because now they have different rates for different times of day. So it might be a bit more complicated to figure out now. Also, the company that made the solar panels says that they will not lose more than 0.7% per year. So I put that in my calculation, figuring it loses that much each year. And using the first 2 years of the actual production, it looks like now it's going to be paying it back itself in 15 years or maybe less. And then they should last at least 25 years. So that means 10 years of free electricity. So it's substantially cheaper than paying consumers energy. So now that I got new shingles on my house, I've got empty roof space on my house that I couldn't just leave it there. So the first step is putting in these posts. The flashing, of course, will keep the rain out. And then rails get mounted on the posts. And then the panels. Now, these are a couple community college students. My installer, Chuck Almond, also teaches solar technology at Muskegon Community College. So he gave some of his students some practical experience. And of course, if you're going to go on the roof and do it yourself, do pay attention to safety. And here we are, Teresa and myself, in front of the finished product. These panels produce a lot more than the original on the garage. They face both east and west. They get less shading than the garage, and the panels themselves are a little more powerful, 330 watts over 300. And here's a shot of the east side. So there's an emergency shutoff on the outside of the house. So if Consumers Energy has an issue and they need to work on the power lines, they can turn this off and work safely. Then in the basement, the inverter changes the direct current from the panels into alternating current. And this is not very big. It's not obtrusive. It's just mounted on the wall next to our breaker panel. And to go along with that SolarEdge inverter, they have their website where you can look at how your system is performing. And there's several really nice graphs, monthly, daily, weekly, compare the last several years. So on my garage now, I have 3 years worth to look at. And I'm looking forward to being able to see how the house performs. Another really nice feature of the SolarEdge is the layout. So I can look at each panel and see how each panel performs in the last week or the last month. And I do check that once a month just to see if there's a panel that suddenly stops working. And of course, some panels get a little more shading than others. So far, they're all performing quite well. And I also we're concerned about animals. Country Living Magazine says red squirrels have been making a comeback, and they definitely have been making a comeback in my yard. So I didn't actually have any trouble with them destroying the panels, but I thought I would take action before that happened. I don't really know if they really would. But anyway, this spiffy solar was easy to install. We tried a different kind of animal guard on the house, and that was much more difficult to install. And it looks as if it's going to last. Of course, time will tell. And then here's the cost. The spiffy solar was an extra $200. So, you know, if you don't need it, you probably don't want to bother with it. And then last year, the tax credit went down to 26%. And then besides the electricity I use in my house, I also have 2 electric vehicles. Of course, I don't drive as much as I used to since I'm working at home most of the time now. And altogether, some $20,000 invested in solar. But like a previous presenter said, this is over multiple years. And, you know, if people don't have the cash on hand, there's financing available. The Michigan Saves program from the state, and of course, home improvement loans from your bank. Now, here's my last electric bill. I have a credit now, and each month my credit has been getting bigger over the summer. So I don't know how long these credits will last. Will it get me through the whole winter? Probably not. but it might be, well, of course, it's quite good. And they actually overcharged me in the spring when they were changing over their net metering system. So next year, it won't be that advantageous. And of course, people who are installing now don't get quite net metering. So it's more difficult to calculate what you're going to get. And I don't like looking at my panels covered with snow. So I did get a Snow Pro roof rake, and I enjoy getting that snow off. I realize, yeah, it doesn't really pay for itself soon, but it reduces my stress to do that. It makes me feel good. And where do you find an installer if you want to get solar panels? Well, a great place to start is at the GLREA website. So questions or comments? This, by the way, is my house from some years ago. The panels were first mounted flush with the roof.
So, John, I have a question. So you have 2 electric vehicles. Are you using those as battery storage, and are you feeding any of that power saved in the cars back into the house?
No, I am not.
Have you looked at that option?
I have not looked at it. Yeah, I guess I'm really not a big technological person. I was satisfied to just write a check and have somebody else do the technology. So right now, my system is working for myself, and if something comes up and I need more technology, then I'd be inclined to just hire an expert.
Does the inverter include an electric vehicle plug? Your inverter
Well,
solar?
I have a charger, a 240 volt charger for the cars, but that's not really connected to the inverter.
Okay, so you could actually get an add-on to your inverter that would allow you to charge the electric vehicles with the solar system, but also the solar 2 cars then become a storage system. So if power goes out, you could actually run some things off your cars, all those car batteries, so reverse the flow. There's a lot of articles written about that and stuff, and it's an option. And I know consumers, particularly, has been doing it with customers. I'm not sure DTE allows it, but consumers have.
Yeah, I think this is a new kind of development as more people buy electric cars, that may be a source. There may, utilities may in fact pay people that when they need power, that if people are willing to put power back from their electric batteries back to the grid, then the utilities may compensate them when there's high demand for electricity. So this is something that we should monitor. We got some other questions. Bob, can you show, Catherine Rice wants you to show the slide with information on where to find, is it the solar installers? Yeah.
This is from the GLREA website. There's a list of GLRE members that install throughout Michigan.
Right. Yeah, people can just Google GLREA and it will pop up, and then look under about, and you'll find, I think it's under about, that the list of the solar installers is listed. I think there's a question from Kent Casper.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Thanks. I was just curious, in the event that consumers have some work that they're doing, do they not have an automatic shut off as opposed to having to shut your power off, manually in order to do their work?
It's amazing, isn't it? I was astounded when I learned that. No, they actually need a person to come to my house and pull that lever. Yeah, it was very surprising to me. Of course, that has never happened. I'm right in the city of Grand Rapids, and our power hardly ever goes out. And when it does go out, it's usually back on pretty quick. But yeah, that actually is the situation.
That's fascinating. Real quick too. When you were making your choices, was the shingle piece just consequential in that you wanted to put solar panels and you needed to replace your shingles prior to doing that, or was the actual shingle choice relevant to the fact that you were going to put solar panels on your roof?
We thought that our shingles were wearing out, so we wanted to get new ones. We actually wanted to get the metal roof with the dark red color to match our porch roof and the garage, but that was prohibitively expensive.
Sure.
So we went with the more or less ordinary shingles. And yeah, and of course, when the shingles were not looking very good, I didn't want to put up solar until after I had done the roof. You're right. You want to plan ahead. If your panels are going to last 30 years or more, you don't want to have to pull them off halfway through and redo the roof. Although a friend of mine in Rockford, who has had solar since the early 2000s, he did that. The solar company came and took all the panels down. The roofing company re-shingled. They put the panels back up. And he said it really was not such a big deal.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And the one thing, Casper, you should know that Bob touched upon is that there's this 26% investment tax credit, which reduces your taxes you pay the federal government, 26% of the cost of the system, dollar for dollar. Now, you can get a portion of the cost of replacing the roof also to be deducted with this 26% tax credit if your project is to put solar on the roof. Now, the IRS, it's a little complicated, and it's more complicated than a straight 26% for batteries and for a solar system or for a geothermal system. So it'd be worthwhile if you're planning on replacing your roof at the same time you're putting solar and you want to try and apply the 26% tax credit, you should talk to an accountant who is really familiar with the IRS rules. But there is some wiggle room on there, so I don't want to minimize that because it will help save a little bit of money if you're replacing your roof right at the same time you want to install solar. So.
All right. Thank you both. Great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
Bob, I have a quick question for you. My name is Paul Erickson. I'm calling in from Benton Harbor.
Paul, can you speak up?
Okay, sorry. My name is Paul, and I'm calling from Benton Harbor. I just wanted to ask, do you still get a bill? I saw your bill from consumers. Do you still pay fixed charges then on your consumer bill each month, or does your credit, wipe it all out?
The credit wipes it all out. I have not paid any money to consumers since May.
Okay.
And in May, it was because they were overcharging me by mistake.
I see. Okay. And your installer, you said, was Chuck Almond with Muskegon Community College?
Chuck Almond. Ammond.
Okay. Was he with a certain company or?
No, he just does it on his own, on the side from his teaching job.
Great. Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Paul, I have a solar system. I'm in DT East Turf, and I do pay $8.50 a month as a fixed charge, even when my solar system is providing all the energy I need. So there are slight differences between utilities. So you probably need to check with Indiana Michigan Power about your situation down there.
Right, I really do, because I had a presentation recently, and apparently, does it seem right that even after getting solar, that your bill would still be around $80 a month?
No, that should not be right. No. So,
Okay, but calling them directly and getting to someone who understands the pricing after solar installation would be a good idea.
any other final questions for Bob or comments? Okay, well, thank you very much, Bob. Can you unshare your screen, please? Great. And we're now going to turn our next presentation just a couple minutes early, but I know that John Sarver can use up the time appropriately. So go ahead and take it away, John.
Well, thank you, John. And today I'm going to talk about my 2 rooftop systems. And I'm in Meridian Township and on the Environmental Commission there. We have a climate action plan, and also that includes a goal to have 100% of the township's electricity come from renewable energy. So I'm going to talk a little about that. And then the Meridian Township, the 4 arrays that are part of that effort. Let's see. Now, having a hard time moving my slides forward for some reason. Oh, that worked. Okay. Well, like I said, I have 2 rooftop systems, and back in 2010, my shingles at that time were about 20 years old. So I thought, oh, I'd been eager to get a solar system up, but I realized that I wanted the roof to, be fairly new to do that. And so I ran into a company, Luma Resources from Oakland County, that actually started as a roofing company, and they diversified into solar. And so I got a roof integrated system, a fairly small system, 1.26 kilowatts. And I got in on the Consumers Energy ERP, which was a feed-in tariff pilot. So all my power from that system was being sold to the utility. I had a 12-year contract, which is ending next year. And since I got into the first round, they were paying me 65 cents a kilowatt hour, which was fantastic. They only did that for 1 round and then realized they didn't have to pay that much. Back then, the system, the small system, still cost me about $9,000, but I was getting paid so much from Consumers Energy that actually I ended up with a 9-year payback. Then in 2019, I was thinking, boy, net metering's coming to an end. The 30% federal tax credit was going to go down. If I'm going to put in some more solar, because I only had a fairly small system, this was the time to do it. So I ended up contracting with Absolute Solar, who put in a 2.17 kilowatt system and got in just in the nick of time with the Consumers Energy net metering program. Now this is a slide of my roof integrated system. It was polycrystalline, kind of unusual because, again, it was a roofing kit. It was 21 60-watt panels, so a lot different than what you hear from almost everybody. I had a real good southern orientation. And like I said, I was going to put in a new roof at the same time. Now, on the picture toward the bottom there, you can see the shading, because at that time I had a big maple tree in my front yard. And so I basically got a fairly small system and put it toward the peak of my house, as you can see. And that means it's real hard for me to get snow off of that. So I just wait for the sun to kind of melt the snow. Now, like I said, I was looking to, if I'm going to put in some more solar, this is the time to do it. And so I had a number of considerations. One reason I got the roof integrated system was I liked the aesthetics. It just kind of blended in nicely. I was sensitive about the idea of having 2 different types of systems and how they might look kind of odd. So what ended up happening is I had this fairly high portion of my roof. The orientation wasn't super. but there was no shading, and really you can't see pretty much both systems at the same time. So I like that part of it. Now, the picture to the left is actually what was proposed, which, as you can see, we're looking at 10 panels that were proposed. That was not approved by Consumers Energy for net metering because they said it would actually produce too much power, more than I could use over the course of a year. Well, their calculation wasn't actually accurate because the systems I ended up getting provide about 80%. And what I ended up doing was getting 7 310 watt panels. And it wasn't, I didn't feel real bad about that because the 4 panels you see have a southeastern orientation. So the production is pretty good. But those 6 panels are really kind of facing toward the northwest, and the production wouldn't have been that good. And so when that got cut down to the 3 panels, I didn't feel bad at all. That, you know, again, I'm estimating I'm going to get about 80% of my power from the 2 systems. Now, one thing I'll point out is if you notice the picture to the right, there's a big pine tree kind of back there. And when I first put in the first system, I was thinking, well, that's a real mature tree, and I didn't have to worry about it. But it kept growing, and so the original system is getting some shading. And since it was put in 2010 and had one of those string inverters, and no optimizers, no micro inverters, basically I have lost some power from that original system. The new system is does have the micro inverters. Now let me talk a little about my township. We did a climate sustainability plan back in October of 2017, and that included a goal of 100% renewable energy for electricity for township operations by 2035. And so the way we developed the plan was we took credit for the amount of renewable energy that would be coming from Consumers Energy that's estimated or predicted in 2035, and that would be 40%, best guess. And then we thought, you know, really for township operations, we need to do a lot of energy efficiency, and energy efficiency is better economics. It's just the first thing you want to do. And the township had done a lot, but we knew we could do more. And so that left us with, we would need 30% on-site solar, which we estimated would be about 400 kilowatts. So where we are so far is we've got about halfway there. And I'll show you some pictures of these 4 buildings in a minute. Our first one was at the municipal building, a 20 kilowatt system, so we could get into the net metering, because the net metering for the true net metering with the one bill credit, you have to be 20 kilowatts or smaller. Then a couple of years later, we did our one of our fire stations. As you can see, 36.5 kilowatts. That provides about 35% of the power that's used at the fire station. Actually, that 20 kilowatt system at the municipal building only provides about 8% of the power. Now, we did put a smaller system in at our farmers market that provides that there isn't a lot of power needed at the farmers market. So that 3.8 kilowatt system provides about 100% of the power. And then most recently, we put in a 142 kilowatt system at our service center, which is the public works garage. And then next, what we're planning to do is to put in more solar at the kind of the municipal complex, which in addition to the township hall includes the public safety building. And so we're kind of figuring out, us being the energy team, which works with the township and the township staff, what best to do. Here's the 4 installations so far. The one up in the top left is that 20 kilowatt system that I mentioned. You can see the township hall to the back, to the left. And, you know, the fact that it was a ground mount, of course, enabled us to get a pretty good orientation. And of course, we can brush off the snow, although I don't know if the township staff is doing that. But one nice thing about it, especially since it was our first system for the township operations, was this is on the most heavily traveled corner in the township. It's right across from Meridian Mall. And so it made a very visible demonstration of what the township was doing. And I only think one person came in to complain. They thought it didn't look very nice. And, you know, and so we got very positive response. Now, one thing too that happened was there was some little discussion about, you know, without any fencing or anything, would there be any security issues? Well, it is a very visible corner and the police department is right kind of behind the solar panel. So we were pretty comfortable that we wouldn't have to worry about anybody walking off with our panels. And then, yeah, we did the fire station, which you see to the right at the top there. And then at the bottom there is that small system at the farmer's market. And one thing that's, again, nice about that system, as small as it is that it's very visible. We got a lot of people at the farmer's market. And actually, we had a table there on October 2nd, you know, the solar home tour. Meridian Township did a virtual tour and also a drive-by. There's no interaction between homeowners and visitors. But it was real nice to be able to have a table there and to kind of show people the system kind of right behind the table, the 4 kilowatt system, well, almost 4 kilowatts. So we got the chance to talk about 40 people. And actually that we were kind of following the example of Dave Strensky, who's been at his farmer's market every solar home tour for, I think, quite a few years now. And it was a real good opportunity to kind of interact with people and kind of answer their questions. And the last picture is what you see there, the top of our service center, which is that 142 kilowatt system, which should provide about 100% of that power. So that's the last slide. So, gee, yeah, be happy to take any questions people have. I went through that pretty quick.
John, thank you so much for all you're doing here. We do not yet have a system, but we're studying. And I just, this is more of a general question though. What are the panels doing to home insurance and what are people doing given the cost that's involved in setting up? Trees falling on it,
If you've ever seen
all those kind of things. Can you say something about the home insurance cost?
Yeah, you know, that's something to check for sure when you install a system. When I was getting my first system, I called up my insurance company and asked them about it, and they said, don't worry about it. So I said, okay, you know, and so I haven't given it any thought and since then. And now that might not hold with other insurance companies. So, you know, like I said, it's something you would want to check. Now, and I think everybody here knows the nice thing about solar is the maintenance is zip, unless you want to kind of pull the snow off. You know, the string inverter, central inverter that I had for my first system, I've been told that they'll probably only last 15 years. And I guess we'll tell because it's been over 10 years now. So will I have to replace it in 5 years? I don't know yet. The micro inverters in my second system, they have a warranty for 25 years. And so I don't expect that I'll ever have to replace those. But yeah, I have not with either system, and I've had the one system for over 10 years. I've had no maintenance issues. The only thing, like I mentioned with the first system, was that, you know, that darn pine tree kept growing. And so I ended up getting more and more shading.
John, Tom Borton.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, how you doing? You know, we've got a farmstead, and we have, I've not paid much attention to these options for a long time, but we do have a barn that we need to replace the roof on. It's been on 20 years, and at the south side is the sun is beating it off the shingles off the roof. And so we do need to do a redo. And so we considered maybe putting something on the barn. Now it's a good sized barn. And so, you know, it's a $20,000 or $30,000 job for the roof, and say nothing of any solar. Our concern was keeping it, you know, workable up there in terms of clean and so forth. We've got some walnut trees on the property, and so, you know, we get walnuts and leaves and things like that off of stuff. So it's a question of, you know, whether we could, you know, do something feasible on that roof. We also, though, have considered moving just south of the barn, and we've got land and on the ground doing a setup there. And just as some of the cases that you have shown today have been on the ground kind of things, we could do that. And it's safe back there, you know, it's on our property, well off the road and things like that. There's nobody around. And so that, I was just curious as to whether you had, you know, experience with the cleaning problem. I guess that was the, you know, the issue with roof stuff that you've done.
No, I haven't had a problem with that, but of course, you know, I don't have a walnut tree too, and I'm not sure exactly how bad a walnut tree might be. So I have just kind of a typical situation, and, you know, yeah, the rain has kind of kept it really, really clean. Now in your situation though, you know, ground mount might be a good option, because you can then kind of optimize the orientation and maximize the production. The other thing is, obviously you don't have to get up on a roof to brush off the snow. And the other thing with ground mounts is you can, if you want to, do the seasonal tilting in order to maximize production. So you can kind of relatively simple, kind of tilt the panels by the season, and that would even help you maximize production even more. So yeah, I mean, if describing your situation to me, I for sure think I would want to look into getting a ground mount. And, you know, most companies, solar installers, would do either and have experience with doing both. So you could get 2 or 3 installers to give you proposals and ask them to give you both options, and kind of just look at the economics and the production and kind of make your judgment then. Yeah, you know, getting 3 proposals, or at least from different installers, becomes an education as you kind of read over what they're proposing, and you get a chance to ask a lot of questions. And the good news is that, you know, there have been people doing this for a long time now in Michigan. And so there's a lot of solar installers. Most of the experienced ones belong to GLREA and are very reputable. So it's.
I'd like to speak to this point also, if I can. Jay.
What's that, Jay?
I'd like to speak to him also, if I may, for just a minute. So when you talk about doing the roof, if you wanted to go on the roof, one thing you think about is that if you replace the roof at the time you do the solar, the federal tax credit, the ITC tax credit, would be 26% at this point in time. And you can use that tax credit for the materials of the roof as well. So if you choose to go with the roof mount and do the roof at the same time, then you can get that benefit of having the federal government paying 26% for the cost of your roofing materials. They will not pay for the 26% on the labor, but they will pay for the materials.
Yeah, John Freeman had mentioned that to me when just recently in our connection. And I've thought about that. The concern is that it's a big barn, and the roof is tough to work on. And
well,
so,
in all fairness, I tell people that have ground space always go with the ground mounted unit for the reasons that were stated already. If you go on a roof, you're stuck with the angle, the azimuth of the building. You're stuck with the pitch of the roof, and you won't get the same production as has already been stated. If you go on the ground, we go at 180 degrees to azimuth south every time, 30 degrees on the structure. So you have optimal year-round production. So if you have ground space, I definitely suggest ground space over roof anytime.
Jay,
Now we've
what firm are,
we've got 10 acres. So,
Jay, what firm are you with?
Power Home Solar.
Okay. I just want people to know that. Okay.
We just surpassed 35,000 installations this last month. So we're pretty good at what we do.
Thanks very much for both of your points there. So thank you.
Hey, Mark, go ahead.
Tom, Wayne Appleyard, I'm sure you know, Wayne put out a new system on his place, and it is a new solar system that literally the solar panels are the roof shingles. So it sits right on the studs, and he's really happy with it. You may want to talk to him about his system and his costs and stuff. He's given I think a solar story here, so you might be able to see that as well on GLREA's website. But he's very happy.
That would be terrific. I could use that on the roof, but
I don't know what system is which one it was or who his installer was, but I've seen his presentation on it, and I know that's exactly why he did it, because he had a roof that needed to be replaced.
Yeah, that would be it's on his solar story is on our YouTube channel.
Yeah,
GLREA YouTube channel.
Okay.
So that's worth listening to Wayne. He's always very informative.
Yeah.
And Tom, we can give you Wayne's email address and phone number if you want to talk to him personally as well. That's fine.
Yes.
Good enough.
Yes.
Yes.
John, we have a question from Jennifer.
Hi, this is I don't know if there's going to be a time for general questions to all of the folks who have done this, but I'm just curious about electrical heating. I haven't really heard anyone talk about heating. And I was just wondering if that, is that just not really an option in Michigan to have that work? Or does everyone have use oil for their heating, or has anyone tried electrical?
Well, actually now there's a big effort underway, or at least discussion in Ann Arbor and Meridian Township about electrify everything, because people who are concerned about climate change are looking ahead to when the grid would be significantly renewable. Right now in Michigan, the electric grid is like 10, 11% renewable, but it moving, especially consumers' energy fairly quickly to having a lot of renewable energy, wind and solar. And so what we're talking about in Meridian Township is air source heat pumps or geothermal heat pumps. And Alan Waller later will be talking about geothermal systems, but those are electric systems, and they have the advantage of, in addition to providing heating, also providing cooling, because that's what heat pumps do. They provide heating in the winter and cooling in the summer. So certainly, especially if do you have oil right now?
Yes.
Gas.
Well, no, gas. I'm sorry, gas.
Oh, gas. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the economics are now in Meridian Township, we're only suggesting that people replace their heating system when something breaks. If your natural gas furnace is working fine, just keep it.
Well, we have a boiler, so we have a really old boiler.
Okay, well then it's at a minimum. I think what you want to do is research air source and geothermal heat pumps, because obviously if it's an older boiler and it could break tomorrow or whatever, you want to be prepared to know which way you want to go, because one thought we're pushing in my township is that you can't wait for the thing to break. You can't wait for the thing to break to figure out what you want to do. And you want to do some research, what the cost would be and the pluses and minuses.
Okay, we have to stick to a schedule, but Jennifer, great question. And if people who are presenting can also address that question as a part of their presentation, that would be helpful, because that is the future and the cutting edge, is to electrify the cars. And Bruce Westlake's going to talk about it, but electrifying houses and apartment buildings and commercial space is going to happen. So, okay, our next speaker is a terrific person, Ben Dewicki. Take it away, Ben.
Thanks, John. Hey, all. Happy to be here. I'm gonna share this screen. Can you all see that?
And Ben, tell us who you work for as well.
Yeah, I'll give you a little intro. You guys got my screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hey, everybody, Ben Dewicki. I am a Detroiter in the energy world. I work in the energy efficiency space primarily for a company called Walker Miller Energy Services. We are a Detroit-based company that primarily works with utility energy efficiency programs in the residential space. But I do a lot of work with programs and policy in clean energy in general. And I'm a general advocate for all of that. So walking the walk, a few years back, I put some solar on my house here in North Corktown, and that's what I'm here to tell you about. So just for starters, I don't have a map on here, but if you all are familiar with Detroit and the Corktown neighborhood, which is just next to downtown, North Corktown is just over I-75. So if you were to take Trumbull just north of I-75 from where Old Tiger Stadium was, there's sort of like a residential sort of sleeper community just north of all the commerce and all the things that are on Michigan Avenue, and that's North Corktown. And so this is my house. It's a old 100-plus-year-old stacked duplex. What you don't see from this angle, and you'll get to see a little bit later, is that it's very narrow but very deep. So it goes back quite a ways, and you can tell in here in North Corktown we've got a lot of open space, and it's kind of being set for development. So this almost looks like it could be anywhere up North Michigan, but as you will see, this is the view from the roof. It is a flat roof, and so downtown over here, Michigan Central train station over here, and Canada in the back over there. So this is south facing, and my roof or my house runs east-west. So it's got a lot of great exposure. This is I don't know, maybe midwinter. You can see the sun it's got great sun exposure. So in 2019 is when I started thinking about doing this. 2018. Sorry, time's flying by. But I can't remember if it was 2018 or 2019. It was the year that the net metering ended. I'm sure the energy dorks on here could tell you on that. I can't remember myself. But so we had this very old roof on the house, torched down many layers of asphalt. And so this is what it looked like before. And obviously I wasn't going to be putting solar on this. So I had a roofing company come out, Summit Roofing, and they put on this beautiful white PVC membrane and put down R30, a polyiso board underneath that. So this was step one. So I was able to finance this through the Michigan Saves program. This was done in a single day. I could not believe it. I went to work in the morning and came home and the whole crew was gone. I figured they were halfway the old roof was torn off, new one was put on in less than 8 hours. Really remarkable job by Summit Roofing. So would put a shout out to them. And then the next step was to put the solar on. And so I've got 4 kilowatts of grid tied solar on my roof. It was completed by Distributed Power, so shout out to them. And one of the great things about this system is that it is a ballasted system. So that brand new roof that I have, I didn't have to put any penetrations in there. Entirely ballasted down with these brackets that you see. And again, so this is your southern exposure right over here. So it gets that beautiful sun all day long. Here's another angle of it with the view of downtown in the background. It's pretty nice. And again, flat roof really lends itself to this sort of thing. It's not a roof that I go up to very often. So it's not space that I was using. It's nice to go up there and kind of soak up the sun and enjoy looking at my solar panels occasionally. But if you were to drive by my house, you would have no idea it was even up there. So it works really well for me. So I will admit that I never got around to actually plugging in the Cat5 cable or whatever it is so that I could get production information. But that's largely because I've been using the DTE Insight app. And I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this, but it's an app that even without solar, you're able to, if you buy their little energy bridge, which is like, I think they'll send it to you for free, but then you got to pay maybe $1 or $2 a month. What it does is you can use your phone to get live data from your smart meter outside, which I think almost everybody, if not everybody, has now. And so you can literally watch, I can sit there in the morning and turn on the kettle and watch my electricity load spike. But for me, what's really cool is I also get to watch live solar production as it coincides with my consumption, whatever it is that I'm using on a daily basis. So here you can see they give you this little wheel, which is the course of the day. Anything that's green is consumption straight from the grid, and then anything that is yellow is actually when I am exporting kilowatt hours back to the grid. So you can see on this graph here, this is at a point that says 9:49 in the morning. Obviously the sun had been out for some time. And then I think, again, I was using the electric kettle or something that had a pretty good load for just a brief amount of time. So despite the fact that it was sunny, I was using at that moment 644 watts rather than earlier that day or later that day, I'm not sure, using, at that point I was exporting 200 watts back at that very instant. The Insight app is great because it will also give you these stats about daily and weekly progress or usage. So October 11th through the 17th, that's this week. I'm trending currently, or when I took this screenshot, at negative 4.6 kilowatt hours for the week, which is pretty good for October. It's kind of been a great last couple months. And then you can see on an annual basis, based from last October, all of the yellow months are those that I net exported kilowatt hours to the grid. And then, as you would expect, the less sunny months, I was using more than I was pushing out. I've got July and August here were heavy AC months. So I just have a couple window units, a single window unit, but it was so darn hot in those months that despite the fact there was heavy solar, I was also pushing a lot of load with the AC. But now we've gotten back into September, which was really a remarkable solar month. I'm sure other folks on this call have talked about that. And by the way, I mentioned this is a stack duplex, and I am, when the electrician came in, what they ended up doing was tying both of my panels together, my electrical panels, and then removing one of the meters. So what I did was, there was originally 2 meters, one for each unit. And I would have had a lot of trouble getting the amount of solar on the house that I wanted to, trying to use both of those meters based on my annual consumption. So what I did was I kind of finagled with DTE to say, hey, look, you add these 2 together, here's what my total annual consumption is. That justifies putting 4 kilowatts on the roof. And then they ended up, like I said, just taking the 1 meter out. There's a single service now to the house, and both of my service panels are tied together, and the solar feeds both. So this production and all of these stats are for 2 units for a total of like maybe 2,200 square feet. So doing pretty well, fairly energy efficient. I don't have any electrical, like my heating and hot water are unfortunately still natural gas combustion. So this is largely just plug loads. And again, don't have a huge consumption profile at my house. 2020, my total inflow based on all of my energy bills was about 3,200 kilowatt hours. The total outflow over the course of the year was 2,466. Again, that's not production numbers, that's outflow after, that's net outflow. And then 2021, obviously we've still got a few lesser sunny months to go, but I'm actually trending higher outflow than I am inflow. So I think we'll probably net out about maybe 85% total on the year once all is said and done. So pretty excited about that. The system's been great. I've had no problems with it whatsoever. I don't have any battery storage. That's probably a next step though, looking at the way that my consumption profile is looking. It would be really great to get off grid. And so that's my house. I'll take a couple questions on that after, but I'm doing a double whammy today because in North Corktown, the North Corktown Neighborhood Association worked to adopt a couple lots for this little pocket park. That here's a kind of a before picture. We're slowly working on putting pathways up and put the fence up and everything like that. But in coordination with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, we were able to fundraise and sort of crowdsource a bunch of money for a small little off-grid solar array that is going to be going in this park, which was co-designed by Mike Sklenka here in North Corktown and Ryder Cooperative Industries. I see Ali on the call today. So these are all conceptual drawings at this point. The pavilion here is going to basically have, I can't remember what it is, maybe 500 watts or maybe a kilowatt hour or kilowatt of solar. Ali can probably correct me there. Connected to a small battery bank that's going to be right underneath this little pergola thing. And then we're going to have all these little bollard lights along the way, which will be tied into that battery system. And those will be able to go on at night. And then we're going to have a couple of little charging stations or outlets and plugs just attached to this pergola here for people to, charge small devices, or potentially even we sized it such that maybe if there was like a movie night in the park, you could run a projector for a couple hours on this and still not utilize the entire battery load. So I'm pretty excited about this. All said and done, I think we're looking at about $15,000 or $16,000 for all of the solar and the lighting and the installation, trenching, electrical, all of that. And then the pergola is being built separately with some additional funding. I meant to say about my house, by the way, the roof was more expensive than the solar. As you all know, roofing is not cheap. I think the roof came in at about $14,000, which it was totally necessary. I had to do it again, thanks to Machine Saves for really easy financing. And then the 4 kilowatt of solar installed was $8,000 by the time it was all said and done. So I think that's the end of my presentation. I think I got a couple minutes left here and happy to take any questions if you've got them.
Great presentation, Ben. Questions for Ben? I know there's got to be a couple because he's just doing some great work.
I have a question for Ben. There's no battery storage with this system, so you feed directly into the grid. Is that correct?
For my house. Yep, that's correct. For the house system, it's directly fed back to the grid. And unfortunately, I just missed the net metering deadline. So I'm getting that 50 cents on the dollar for every kilowatt hour I export.
Ben, can you close out your screen, share screen? Great.
No problem.
Other questions or comments for Ben? Mark, you got a question?
I do. Outstanding project and great presentation. So I was wondering, are other people in Detroit looking at your model and how you did this as an example for them? I mean, it's such an outstanding example of urban solar pioneering and solar-based urban regeneration. I'm really impressed with what you're doing. Does the city know this? Are they noticing? And, are they helping?
So in reference to either the house or the park, I think probably not. Just kind of did it. But that being said, I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm happy to be on this call today and just letting more people know about it. Again, with my house, one of the unfortunate things about having a flat roof is like I said, you never know. You cannot see it from any angle from the ground. It's quite a tall house. And so I don't think anybody's the wiser unless they come in my backyard and see the inverter on the back of the house and say, what the heck is that? So most people think it's a battery. But no, I mean, I'd love to work a little bit more within the city and get this kind of information out there. With the pocket park, there are some other examples of these off-grid charging stations. Ryder Cooperative Industries has worked to install a number of them throughout the city, and I think there's more and more going up. I really like that idea, just providing a little bit more of a democratic power, and mostly just getting it in front of people, educating folks and saying, oh, that's solar, I can plug into that, that's pretty cool. And then they start to associate solar with something that's accessible and not, so far out of reach. But
So
yeah,
if
I'd
you-
love to promote.
Send me your PowerPoint directly, please, and we'll see what we can do to elevate the story a bit. It's a great story.
Yeah,
We have a
thanks,
couple
Mark.
other questions, but I also want to give Ali a chance just to say a word or two about working these projects.
You're
on-
muted, man.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Thank you all so much for that. For those of you who don't know, my name is Ali Darul. I'm the founder of Ryder Cooperative Industries, which is a Detroit-based project management group and installer around clean energies. So I really enjoyed working with Ben now in the past with a lot of his support around small businesses and really invigorating solar in the Metro Detroit area, and the opportunity to be able to work on this new Corktown project. But the charge stations, the idea is how do we share? How do we really make it accessible to neighborhoods and people and community? And sometimes it really is just putting it out there, right? Just going out and just plopping it out there so that we can actually be the example. And I think we're all kind of showing that here, actually, stepping into clean energy and taking on those things. So it's been a really fun ride. I've just been enjoying it and just seeing how we can continue getting solar out here to everyone.
That sounds great. We may have Ali join us for a solar story sometime in the near future, because we're really excited about the work he's doing in Detroit. We have a couple other quick questions. I think Jennifer, or I forget your husband's name, Johannes. Okay, go ahead. You're on mute.
Yeah. So I just had a quick question for Ben. Great story. It's very interesting because, Ben, your system is very similar to ours in the sense that you have a very flat roof. Just wanted to follow up and make sure I understood that clearly when you have rain, it's really important that you don't pierce it. So did you say that your system was weighted down? That's the first question. And then the second question was, in other words, how was it? How do you attach it, the whole thing? And the second question is, given that you have such a flat roof, are your panels also very flat? Do you have problems with snow sliding off? Is that an issue? So I'll just take it from there.
Yeah, great questions. It is a ballasted system, so the solar is tied to the racking. The racking is connected to these brackets, and then there's a ballast. So there's basically like a concrete block on top of each bracket, and that just holds it down. I've had no issues. They are tilted. I can't remember the exact angle, but it's a great question about snow. I haven't really thought about it, but on our next really snowy day, I'm gonna have to check my production levels and get up there. Again, with the solar exposure I have, I think it just melts right off once it gets warm enough.
Kate,
Yeah,
you
great
had
question.
your hand up real briefly too.
I just wondered what that app was on his phone.
Oh yeah, so it's called the DTE. It's their Insight app, and again, you can use it just to see your everyday production or everyday consumption. You can set goals and budgets and all that stuff. It's a pretty neat app. You can get it for free, and I think it'll give you like daily data. And then they say that they want to make it free, but for some reason the MPSC makes them charge. But you can pay like $1 a month, and it'll give you that granular, like second by second data. It'll also give you gas data as well on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. It was a terrific program. We got to move now to Mark Clevey, unless Abraham has got a really quick comment or question.
What is the max incline you can have on those ballasted panels?
That's a great question. I'm not sure. They're at a fixed tilt, so they don't move. I'm not sure what the max incline I can have with like wind load and everything is.
Current is about 18, 20 degrees.
I think it's about that. Yeah, maybe 20.
Rather than for say 40 degrees to match your azimuth here on the
Right.
40
Yeah, it's
second
definitely not
latitude.
tilted at like a typical 40-degree.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much.
John.
Great presentation. We'll turn now to Mark Clevey. Mark, take it away.
Okie Here we go. So, well, welcome to this. I thought I'd pen a little haiku about solar. So, sunlight on silicon wafers, dancing electrons rise to power a greening world. And that's what we're doing, and that's what solar is about. And so I want to take a moment and talk a bit about my solar system, but also the story behind it that makes it kind of interesting. We put a solar system on our house in Ann Arbor in 2016. Part of the reason why I did this, I got together with Wayne Appleyard and a couple other people because of where I was positioned in the energy industry as being on a vice chair of the City of Ann Arbor Energy Commission, working in renewable energy for 40 plus years, and also being part of GLREA. We decided that we needed to get the state of Michigan solar tax off of solar. Believe it or not, the state of Michigan allowed solar energy to be taxed, and Ann Arbor was the leading proponent of taxing solar systems, which resulted in a solar systems payback going out way past the life of the system. So, liberal hot air sometimes gets in the way of real policy sometimes. And so this is the story of fighting City Hall. So we put a solar system up, and we did a Pearl certified solar system and energy efficiency upgrade with the house in Ann Arbor. We have solar up here on this dormer, as well as a solar system here. The other side of the house here, unfortunately, is shaded, so I couldn't put that up. But we've got panels there. The system is 3.2 kilowatt hours. There's 260 watt poly panels from Solar World. We've got 12 Solar Edge panels with optimizers in each panel, which is really nice. A 3.2 kilowatt single phase inverter, Iron Ridge racking system. Basically, we got a very standard system. Looks like everybody else's. I won't go into great lengths about it, but that was it being installed. We have a solar edge system. We track the output. And we've done really well. Got a total dollar savings to date of over $2,000. Lots of CO2 emissions and equivalent trees planted. So ours is a pretty straightforward solar system. Homeland Solar was our installer. We're very pleased with them. The cost of the system, the energy efficiency part was a $20,000 Michigan Saves loan. Amanda Godward from Eco Intelligent Homes in Farmington Hills did the system. We designed the system so our monthly payback is equal to the energy savings. So for all intents and purposes, it is revenue neutral. We make an extra principal payment on our payment, so we basically take a 5% loan and are able to drive the effective interest rate down to between 2 and 3%. On the solar photovoltaics, it was $9,200 cash. We decided to pay cash for that rather than finance it. It was $2.06 a watt installed in 2016. It's lower than that now. Our federal tax credit was $2,760. We had basically a 12-year payback, and our embedded emissions payback was less than 7 years because we used low carbon panels. And then we were faced with solar taxation. The ugly story of renewable energy. The state of Michigan taxes solar, and cities are complicit in joining in that taxation. The increased tax on our 3.12 kilowatt system was effectively negated the 31% annual expected utility years. So we exercised our constitutional rights. We took the city of Ann Arbor to the Michigan Tax Tribunal, and said we wanted, this was a travesty. We used this opportunity to wax and wane about renewable energy, climate change, poor public policy, and a few other things. And unfortunately, the Michigan Tax Tribunal ultimately decided against this. So we moved on to a political solution instead. And one of the things that we were able to do with the help of GLREA and others was to elevate this story and elevate it in the public mind and use as an opportunity to basically shame cities and legislatures into understanding that their policy, their tax laws were in direct opposition to the platitudes that they mouth about sustainability. So we sent it in, got a bipartisan law enacted, sent it on to Governor Snyder, and of course, being a sound Republican, he vetoed it. So we ended up having to go start over again with new legislation. But we were happy that the current governor signed the law, and the law is now changed so that instead of taxing energy and treating every solar user, solar system like a mini unregulated utility that gets none of the benefits, it now is based on your property value or at the true cash value of the solar system at the time of sale. So the lesson we learned is yes, you can fight City Hall and you can win, and you should never, ever, ever give up this fight. I also did another system. We have a second home in Harbor Springs, Michigan that was built in 1926. It was originally heated with wood. We did an energy efficiency upgrades there, and we managed to do 100% solar on this system through Harbor Springs Voluntary Green Pricing Program. Harbor Springs is a municipal utility, as is Petoskey and Charlevoix and Traverse City. Those four counties are linking together to do a regional utility up there, wanting to generate and cover those four counties with 100% solar, and eventually sell that power to other in Michigan. So that system is up and running. When I went to 100% solar up there, the city had a program that when you did 100% solar, they took other things off your bill, surcharges and things off your bill. So the result of that is that the power that I'm buying under the Green Power Program is essentially equal to what I would be paying for brown power instead. So it's been a wash. I get energy bills up there in the summer. In June, I got a $62 energy bill, which I dutifully paid. So I want to thank you. It's been an interesting ride. I consider myself a solar advocate. I taught my first solar class in 1975, and putting solar on my house and using solar has always been a wonderful thing to do. But changing public policy so that everybody does solar is been more of an avocation, and it's been a wonderful ride. And I apply that now as the member of the City of Ann Arbor's Energy Commission and as the vice president of GLREA, and we'll keep swinging on this for a long time. So I congratulate all of you on your solar systems. You joined the fight. Keep up the good work and turn your cities one way or the other into municipal utilities so they can continue doing that. And look at Ann Arbor's sustainable utility model, that they are doing a new sustainable energy utility that bypasses the DTE energy, but also means we don't have to become a municipal utility, which would cost us roughly $100 million to do. We can do this at no cost. So it's a great project. Hope to be telling people more about that in the future. John, it's yours.
Any questions or comments for Mark? Great presentation as always. Can you unshare your screen?
There we go. Yep.
Questions for Mark? Go ahead, Kate.
Mark, what's the difference between the municipal utility and the other utility that you, what is the difference between the municipal utility and the other utility that you talked about?
There are 41 municipal utilities in Michigan, and most of them were put in place 100 years ago or more. They are small city owned and operated utilities that provide less than 5 or 6 of them provide green power in their communities. Harbor Springs being one, Lansing Board of Water and Light, et cetera, Holland Electric, they provide green power, but the vast majority of them don't. The biggest difference is that a sustainable utility basically works through nonprofits. So, and it uses microgrids. So in essence, the city sets up the utility, the players, a neighborhood association, a condominium complex, a church complex, a school, any number of things, of businesses, industrial park. They form a nonprofit corporation and a sustainable energy utility, and then they are authorized to provide green power within that group to themselves. They can either do it through a microgrid or they can do it through a series of distributed generations. And the power that they generate can exceed, and this is the critical, can exceed the amount of power that they use. And that's the major difference here. So now they have excess power, which they can sell to other people within the sustainable energy utility, people who don't have south-facing roofs, et cetera. And if they're a microgrid, they can sell that power outside of their sustainability utility to other SEUs in the community, which is what Ann Arbor is hoping to do, link these things together. Or they can sell it to third parties like DTE Energy, if DTE Energy was interested in getting green power. But in the meantime, we can start tomorrow. We don't have to buy old, obsolete wires and poles and all that stuff. And we don't have to provide brown power, because municipal utilities have to do that, whether they want to or not, because they still have brown power users in their community. And they have to buy DTE's poles, wires, in many cases, also street lights, et cetera, all that stuff. They have to buy it from DTE, and DTE, negotiates the price of everything they sell. So if you look at the experience with Boulder, Colorado, it wasn't pretty. So this is a way to do a utility with a green power utility, not have to do brown power, and to sidestep 5 to 10 years of litigation, which can get extraordinarily expensive when you're fighting people who have lawyers who are on salary. So that's what it is. It's a good thing. The report's available through the city's OIS right now. They report that they do, and it's I encourage you to do. I can also make it available to John. He can post it for us.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
There's a question from Ben and then from Michael. Go ahead, Ben. You're on mute. Ben, you're still on mute.
I was understanding the difference between a municipal utility and one that's owned by the larger utility was that we had to deal with Security and Exchange Commission issues, whereas if you were generating power as a municipal group, you weren't under those rules per se. And also, you're talking about Boulder. I almost feel like you're talking as an industry insider, talking shorthand. So if we don't have the background on Boulder, we won't understand what you're talking about.
What happened to Boulder was they voted to municipalize the utility XL within the city of Boulder. But then as they marched down that road to actually implement the municipalization, it turned out it was extremely complex and extremely expensive. And after a few years, Boulder, Colorado, a very progressive, liberal, fairly wealthy community, which is where the home of University of Colorado is, they essentially gave up because it turned out to be a real challenge. So then they went to plan B, which was to put pressure on XL to be much more progressive in terms of offering renewable energy to people within Boulder. So
that's the Boulder model. The issue of the Securities and Exchange Commission Investor-owned utilities like DTE Energy, Consumers Energy, et cetera, they're basically publicly traded companies. They have stockholders and stuff. Many stockholders, they don't tell you who they are, but it's possible many of them don't even live in the United States. So those stockholders, it's regulated, and the SEC is involved with that. Both municipals and investor-owned utilities are regulated utilities, and they are regulated by the Michigan Public Service Commission. So while the financial parts of the investor-owned utilities is overseen by the Securities and Exchange Commission, both kinds of utilities, finances and operations, as well as their technical work and what they do, is overseen by the Michigan Public Service Commission. So again, the sustainable energy utility is not an investor-owned utility, nor is it a municipal utility. It is a city-owned sustainable energy utility, where the utility part is a group of individuals who come together and form a sustainable utility subset. So again, it could be a church complex, could be a school, and they self-generate electricity inside of their sustainable unit. But if they were doing this with DTE, as we've heard from John Sarver, the utilities will only allow you to generate as much renewable energy that you use, where a sustainable energy utility can generate more than they use. So your neighbor, you could generate, Ben, for example, Ben can take power that he's generating on his house in Detroit, and he could sell excess power to someone who is in the sustainable energy utility next door, and that energy would then power. As David showed in his first slide, that when you're generating electricity and feeding it back into the grid, it shows up at the closest user. So if you have a solar system on your house, you could, under a sustainable utility model, you could generate extra power, and that power would automatically flow to a person within your neighborhood if they're part of the sustainable utility. The difference is there's a monitor, there's a meter that shows that you would be taking Ben's power, and you would pay for it. So that's how it works. And the sustainable utility that's part of the thing, is they have monitors that keep track of the flow of power, where it goes, how it goes, and they charge accordingly. Usually a small part of the money that you're paying for the renewable energy electricity that you're getting from, let's say, Ben, a portion of that would go to pay the cost of operating the sustainable utility, and then a portion of that would go to the city, the municipality that is the host or owner of the sustainable energy utility.
Okay,
so it's a totally green model.
Okay, we have one more minute. We have two
That's how it
quick
works.
questions. Michael Clement, and then Tom's got a question. So go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, Mark, this is Michael Clement from Architectural Resource. We do sustainable projects in Ann Arbor, and I am so thrilled to hear about this program that you put together. I really want to applaud you for your efforts on all of our behalf, and also want to find out how we can support these efforts. Right. And I've got your email written down, so I'm going to be following up with an email, but I'll go off camera, off mute, but let us know how we can all, as a society, as a community, work together. Thank you so much.
So I just have to say, yes, we're the brain trust that's been pushing this at the Energy Commission, but the person who deserves most of the credit is Missy Stultz, who is was the manager and has now been elevated to director of the Offices of Sustainability and Innovation in the city of Ann Arbor. She deserves the credit for pulling this off, and the Ann Arbor City Commission deserves the credit for being smart enough to hire her and get behind her and let her do her work. I'll take credit for banging the drum and pushing and screaming and jumping up and down and making this happen, and also making the recommendation to City Council that they create the Office of Sustainability Innovation. But she definitely deserves the credit for picking up the shovel and making this happen, and kudos to her. So yeah, send me an email, I'll be glad to respond.
Okay, one final question from Tom.
Hi, Mark, Alyssa and Tom here. You made a reference to a newsletter, Michigan Sun Rising, and I tried to Google it and I couldn't find it. There's a reference for that?
Yes, it is a newsletter that is owned by the Great Lakes Renewable Energy Association. If you're a member of GLREA, and if you're not, I encourage you to do that.
They
You
are
will get that
members.
newsletter regularly. So
Yeah.
that's mailed out to all members, and it's a quarterly newsletter that we put out. So it's not it's not a bunch of bulleted stuff. It's a series of solar related articles that go into depth about subjects. We'll be doing the SEU in the future. The one we just released was a in-depth look at the Lawrence Technological University and the exceptional work they're doing on clean energy innovation and their clean energy accelerator that's going on out there and the stuff that they're doing. Outstanding work. And I have to credit Janice Means for helping to keep the fires warm at LTU for the last 25 years so that when the opportunity arose to take a leap forward in renewable energy policy and getting things done in Ann Arbor, in Michigan, Lawrence Tech was ready to pick up that ball and run with it, and they are. So if you're not getting that newsletter for some reason, we need to check what the deal is with your membership. But my understanding is that gets mailed out automatically to every single email to every member of GLREA.
Okay, Mark,
Okay,
thank you
Yeah,
very
we just joined, so it's probably too soon to get that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Send me your email and I'll send it to you directly if you just joined. Do you have my email, Tom?
Okay, we have to move because we're 1 minute behind, 2 minutes behind schedule. So our next, we blew through the break. So if anyone has to take a bathroom break, just go on video your picture and come back on. But I want to turn it over now to Jake Schuster of Harvest Solar. And again, I want to thank Harvest Solar for being a sponsor of today's program. Jake?
Yes, thank you, John. Let me share my screen really quick. Just make sure we're all good there. So thank you, John. My name is Jake Schuster. I work with Harvest Solar based out of here in Jackson. A little bit about Harvest. We've been in business since 2006 there. We specialize mainly in agriculture and commercial, kind of small, medium, and some large scale in there as well too, with a little bit of residential on the side as well. But mainly our focus is turnkey installations. Everything's in-house with master electricians. We have NABCEP certified engineers, construction crew, project coordinators, everything, everybody are full-time Harvest employees. We do, like I said, we do a little bit of large scale utility and PPA projects working with Consumers Energy, Great Lakes Energy as well too as Wolverine Power Company as well. So some of the smaller scale co-ops as well too. We've installed projects. I do have a couple of projects that I just like to run through that are kind of run-of-the-mill projects that we normally install, but that are kind of interesting. So the first one is Pike Funeral Home. It's down in Bridgman, down in Southwest Michigan down there. So this is a 40.95 kilowatt DC size system. This is a 3-high array. So our normal ground mounted racking is usually just a 2-high array. But because of the size restraints and just the actual physical space at this property, you can see this is a updated Google Maps screenshot where you can see the footprint of the array. The customer had a tree line here along his neighbor's property. So instead of going a 2-high and possibly doing 2 rows to fit within setbacks, it made more sense for this customer to go with a 3-high array. So this is on AEP or Indiana Michigan Power down in Southwest Michigan down there. This array will provide about 95% of the yearly energy usage for this facility here. So it is a part of the distributed generation program with AEP. These panels are also bifacial as well too, so it's something that's been around for a few years now, but the back side of the panels actually pick up production as well too. Manufacturer claims that can get up to about 30% high, just depending on a few different variables. We've seen about 8 to 10% more production from the backside pretty consistently. So those are the numbers we've been seeing on our end. The next project is more of an agriculture project. So this is Wittenbach Orchards up in Belding, Michigan, kind of on the west side there. a 31.5 kilowatt DC roof mounted system. It does provide energy to everything on the farm except for those grain bins, which you see in the picture. Although it makes for a great picture there, it's actually not powering those grain bins. They're on their own separate meter there. But this is a single phase system. It powers a house, the offices, the barns. There's a couple of migrant housing as well too, that it provides the energy for. And it's about 92% energy offset throughout the year for basically the entire farm, again, minus those grain bins there. This is on Consumers Energy. This is a part of the distributed generation program. So it's a category 2 system technically. But this project was awarded a REAP grant through the USDA as well too. That's meant for rural farms and small businesses basically to go solar. So this was a perfect candidate for it. And he actually did get awarded that REAP grant. And then there was a couple of hoops to jump through with the zoning throughout the township. You know, this is a rural township out there, so it was kind of unexpected, but they didn't really have a solar ordinance planned, which is something that we run into more often than not these days, honestly, with these larger arrays, because they're trying to prevent large utility scale operations. So it's just trying to show that this array is, you know, not a utility scale array. It's just powering some items on site. So after a couple of township meetings, we were able to get it pushed through, and we got some ag exemptions since this is for agricultural use. But overall, it turned out to be a great project. That's pretty much all I had prepared on the project side of things. If anybody has any questions, I can unshare my screen as well too. And sorry if I hear some squeaking coming in the background. I got 3 golden retrievers laying at my feet right now.
Go ahead, Abraham.
How is the Wittenbach facility? How are the panels attached to that metal roof?
Yep. So it is a corrugated metal normal roof there. They're actually penetrating the roof, and they are attached to the purlins. That roof was built with purlins, so they do penetrate the roof. We come back up and seal it like normal racking, but it is penetrated versus it looks like a standing seam roof just from those pictures from far away, which is what we prefer to install on just because you don't have to make penetrations. But this one, there were penetrations to the purlins.
And what's the incline you can reach when you just attach it to the metal verticals of such a roof?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by the incline? Just
what's the position of the panels towards the sun in terms of incline?
It's about a 30-degree pitch. That's the building pitch of the roof there. We got that from LiDAR, then on site, obviously taking measurements as well too. So it's about a 30-degree pitch of the building, which is pretty close to ideal in that situation in a south-facing roof. So that's why it just made sense for the customer. The meter and the electrical was within 100 feet away. So
I'm still typing my explanation.
Jake, can you explain a little bit further about the REAP grant and what the financial benefit is for someone and who is eligible for a REAP grant?
Yep. So basically how that program works, it's through the USDA, again, REAP grant. So it's meant for the rural farms and small businesses. So it's really meant for commercial and agricultural use. Usually a residential property wouldn't qualify for it, but sometimes they do, just really depending on where their usage comes from. So it's basically showing that, you know, most of your usage comes from running a business or maybe running a small hobby farm or something like that versus just like electric heating in your house. Most of the time that wouldn't qualify, but it's for up to 25% of the project cost comes back to you in the form of a grant. Sometimes it does take a couple of years to actually get processed through and get funded because it's basically a scorecard with the USDA based off of where you're located, what kind of rate you're on, and a whole bunch of other checkpoints. And then you get put into a big pot and they start funding basically from the top down. So even if you don't get funded on the first round or two, you can be put back in and kind of start moving up the list. So it's something that comes on the backside, but if you're in the right situation and you have the right application, it can work out pretty well for you.
And will Harvest Solar help work with a farmer or a small business person to help apply for the grant?
Correct. Yep. It's just a lot of paperwork. We have some outside third-party grant writers that we use as well too, and we can help you with that and stuff in-house as well too. Yep, we can assist.
So in other words, you use the REAP grant and the investment tax credit to help lower the cost of installing the system.
Correct, yes. And then there's also, depending on the situation as well too, you can do a 5-year accelerated depreciation on the system as well too. So if that certain business owner or farmer has the tax appetite to take on some more depreciation, then they can on the system as well too. So that's why taking advantage of all those different scenarios can work out pretty well.
Other questions for Jake or comments?
I have a question. I was wondering if that's only for grid tied systems, or will that also be able to be used for off grid?
Good question. I'm honestly not 100% certain of that answer. I mean, most of our projects are grid tied just in the work that we do. I don't see why a off-grid project wouldn't count, especially if you're still doing it for a commercial application. But that's a good question that I can follow up on. I've never ran into that instance yet.
Thank you.
Other questions for Jake? Go ahead, Kate.
Thank you. I saw in the chat, someone kind of said, how does the Farm Bureau take to this? Are there any reactions from the Farm Bureau?
Yeah, we do a lot of advertising with Michigan Farm Bureau. We have a lot of ads in their newsletters and stuff like that. So we're primarily agriculture based. That's kind of how we started with Harvest. We actually started with wind energy first. And then as the price of solar energy fell over time, we kind of did both for a little bit, and then moved away from wind at a certain time as well too. So we've always been in agriculture. We've really only been in residential for the last probably 5-10 years maybe. But a lot of what we do is ag focused as well. So Farm Bureau, that's what we work with a lot. We do a lot of national farm machinery shows, basically a lot of shows all over the Midwest, because we are in other states as well too, like Illinois and Kentucky and Missouri now, but we're based out of Jackson. Most of what we do is in Michigan with all Michigan crews and all that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, and just so folks know that Ken Zabara, he works with Harvest Solar, and he's on the board of the Great Lakes Renewable Energy Association, a really great advocate and a real strong support of the organization. Other questions or comments for Jake? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Jake. I really appreciate your time. And again, we want to thank you for Harvest being a sponsor for the 2021 Solar Home Tour for GLREA. We really appreciate your support.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so we have a couple of minutes early, but I'm going to turn it over to Bruce, because I think Bruce's presentation is going to be really interesting because of the hook of electric cars, and I think that's something that we've talked about earlier this morning that is going to be increasingly becoming more and more commonplace, with General Motors, saying that they're going to only produce electric cars in 10-15 years, and Ford Motor Company's big announcement about battery manufacturing plants in Kentucky and Tennessee. So I think this is going to be an interesting presentation. So Bruce, take it away.
Thanks, John. You kind of set me up, so I've got to perform now.
Very confident.
I'm gonna share my screen. Is that shared?
Not yet.
There we go. Sorry.
No problem.
How's it shared?
Looks great.
Okay, good. So the basis of this presentation is how we took our 1890s home in downtown Saline, made it close to net zero. And first of all, one of the things we were aiming to do was to make it more comfortable to live in, because as an old home, it didn't have bathrooms, it didn't have closets, and it was drafty. So for the first couple of years, we worked on formatting the home in a way that we could use it. So I'm going to come in now at 2009 after we've made additions to the house, and now we worked on things like weatherization, tightening up the doors. We had a an air test with Ann Arbor insulation. And they pointed out where our problems were because it's a balloon framed house. A lot of the insulation had slipped into the floor in between the first and second floor. So we had to fix a lot of that kind of stuff. And what I did is I used the Energy Star yardstick, which I think is pretty accurate. So you can see that at the start of the project, we are pretty low. We're not doing very good. We have a rating of 0.2 in the yardstick. We've done the additions to the house, but we haven't done anything else about insulation. So the next step, we put in geothermal, which I would highly recommend. There was a couple questions about that earlier. We love our system, and the way we justified it was our furnace was over 10 years old, our air conditioner was over 15 years old. So we figured we were going to have to pay X amount of dollars for replacing those anyway. So we took that off of the cost of the new installation, and we came out with a payback period of about 7 years. It was a challenging location to put the geothermal in. It's in the back, in our backyard, which is down about 10 feet. This is the house right here. This is a garage we added. So we had to get kind of underneath the garage to feed the geothermal back into the house. In that process, you saw where the garage, the 2-car garage is. This is our old 1-car garage, which I added another 8 feet to it, and this roof that has no other purpose other than to hold solar panels. It was designed at the optimum angle, and we started with 20 solar panels to begin with. Well, then we went to the blower test, and we went to finding where a lot of the problems were. As I said, we had dense packed cellulose that had settled, and we corrected those. There were a lot of up at the top of the walls here. We had some leaks that showed through. And after that was done, we did another yardstick assessment, and we're up about 99.7 on our score, a lot closer to where we want to be. This is the new garage that we built. We added another set of solar panels here, and then I experimented a little bit with these 4 solar panels connected to batteries that we had taken out of our first electric car, and that ran for about 3 or 4 years, providing charging for our new Tesla. So it worked out fine up to the point where we put in Tesla power walls, and we wanted to unify everything onto the Tesla power walls. So these came out of that system. I sold the battery system. It's now the next door neighbors got it, so it's still in operation. So when people say you can reuse battery systems from electric cars, it's true. This is our first Tesla that we bought. It was about 4 times the more money than what the most expensive car we'd ever owned before. So it didn't come easy. It was a hard decision, and we're happy with it, and we're glad we did it. But I see people wrestling with those decisions when they look at the cost of electric cars. But we had this Tesla for 5 years. At the time we bought that Tesla, we became an all-electric car family. So now 6 years we've been driving all electric cars, no gas cars. And the trailer behind it is a home-built trailer. It's solar powered. This pair of car and trailer works out good. We can go into a campsite. We can charge the car on the electric at the campsite, and the camper is all solar powered. It takes care of itself. We're now, this is essentially where we're at right now. We're plus 10 on the yardstick. As a lot of people in this group are, we've probably exceeded what the energy companies expect us to get to. Our last step was to put in a Tesla Powerwall. We were only able to purchase one to begin with. The price of it was kind of stunning, so I wasn't that sure that was going to be a good idea. So we began with a Tesla solar wall. We protected about 10 circuits that we wanted to make sure had power, like our refrigerator and a 110 charger for our car. Then we found out that it was a good system, and we added 2 more. We were able to purchase 2 more solar Tesla Powerwalls, and now the whole house power has gone off. It's all on solar power, or on the Tesla Powerwalls. You can see we've added a couple more. At the same time we brought the Tesla Powerwalls in, we added a couple more panels. And in the garage, you can see the 2 cars that we now own, both Teslas. And as I said, we don't own gas cars anymore. In addition, out at the street, we provide a 16 amp 220 charger for the public to use. At the time, Edison was proposing not to pay us much on power that we return to the grid. So we decided, rather than get 50 cents on the dollar from Edison, we decided to give it away instead. So that's where we are now. Anybody can use the charger. It's on the map. People can find it. We have additional chargers. If I see somebody that really needs a fast charge, I'll invite them to come in and charge in our garage where the power level is a little faster. But usually most people that use it are driving plug-in hybrids. And we have at least one person from the city who owns a Volt plug-in hybrid. And I believe that because there's a charger there, he's kept that Volt over a period of about 4 or 5 years. And he now drives that every day from Hamtramck to Saline. And you can see here we're charging at a Tesla Powerwall. Tesla charger, supercharger with the camper. And that's about it. I can tell you that our Powerwalls have kept us powered through the evening. It's basically shifting the power from the daytime to the evening. And we essentially charge 3 cars, 3 electric cars, the one at the street and our 2 that we own. We generally try to time it. So a day like today, we might be able to charge one of the cars and one at the street If we got a nice sunny day, we'll be drinking down that power as fast as we can. We try to keep the cars maybe half charged or a third charged so that we can take in that power that's in excess of what the batteries can store. And this will be our first winter going through with 3 Tesla Powerwalls, so we'll have to play it by ear. I suspect that based on last winter, I suspect we're not going to be sending power back much during the winter. Probably 2 or 3 months. We'll be using everything we got. Are there any questions I can answer?
Yeah, Bruce, can you close out the rest of your slideshow so we can all see each other? And I have a couple, and I have a couple questions. Could you just talk, I think probably most people may not be as familiar with electric cars as obviously you are. Can you just talk about the difference between maintenance between an electric car and an internal combustion engine, and also maybe talk about the savings that you rack up with an electric car versus the gas of an internal combustion engine?
So, first of all, as I discussed with John, he took a ride with me at our last show.
It was great.
We find it actually more convenient and easier to drive an electric car on a long distance trip. Short distance trips, you just don't even think about it. But even on long distance trips, you don't think about where you're going to charge. The car tells you where to charge. Make sure that you don't travel too far away from a charger so that you can't charge it. I'm in a position that might be different than a lot of other people have. Tesla had a program where if you recommended somebody buy a Tesla, they would get 1,000 miles free supercharging, and you would get 1,000 miles free supercharging. So we're getting to the last 500 miles of that. So I've never paid for charging on the road. If I see the price of what it would be, if I was charging on the road, it's less than twice what I would pay at home. What I pay at home would be between a quarter and a third of what a gas car would require. So I like to tell people that they're going to save a lot of money with an electric car. That's true, but not necessarily you're going to save enough money to pay for the car. Now, there are exceptions to that. You can find GM bolts for sale on occasion that will just pay for themselves. If you figure out that you pay maybe $120 a month for gasoline, your lease payment might be $120, $130, $140. You're getting that car essentially free. So there are a lot of options out there for people who want to save money that way. But in our family, we look at it that we're spending that money probably beyond what we should be spending, but we're helping to push forward the industry and help build it. And I think that's like the least we can do to help the world that we're leaving our grandkids.
And what about maintenance of electric cars? Is there much?
Yeah, there's not much. And also that's pretty pleasant too. Probably about 3/4 of the maintenance that we've had done. We have one recall that was done. They're done in my garage by a Tesla employee that come to the house. They can do almost everything. They've done a repair on a seat where they actually take the seat out. They replaced the one recall that we had was a parking brake, so they had to tear apart the rear wheels and replace them. On the occasions when you have to go to their facility to do work, they they usually offer you a car, another Tesla now. I've convinced them that they shouldn't be loaning out other cars, but they loan out Teslas now. And they'll let you know ahead of time if they think they might not have one available for you. So we just drive to the repair station. We're kind of halfway in between two. One is in Clarkston, Michigan. And the other one is just over the border in Toledo. And that's another thing that a lot of people don't realize. There are 2 stores for Teslas in Michigan. There's also a factory in Michigan, but nobody knows much about that. You can go to either one of the stores. It's in the Great Lakes shopping center, and the other one is in Clarkston. But you can go to either one of the stores and drive a car to get a feel for it. What I recommend for people who are nervous about it is you can rent a car on Turo, and that's the best way to understand it. You have to drive it for a week or at least a couple days, so you understand that you're going to be okay if you buy an electric car. We went through a whole series of learning curves from the very beginning when we had a 60-mile range car, and we had to plan out everything we did. We took some 200-mile trips where it took us all day to get there, and we had to plan everything out, and everything had to work right. As soon as we got into the first Tesla, you can just write all that stuff out. I stopped looking at the map the night before. I get in the car, tell the car where I'm going. It takes me there.
Yeah, when I rode with Bruce a couple weeks ago, there's literally like an iPad on the center of the dash, and you just speak to it, and Bruce says, let's go to Traverse City. And so immediately a map shows up from, we were in Livonia at the time, to Traverse City, showing the most direct route. And then it shows how much range the car currently has based upon the current level of charge. And then it tells you on the map where you need to go to have your Tesla be charged and how long it will take to get there. And so as Bruce was telling me, Tesla is pretty clever. A lot of times they install their charging systems right by restaurants. So you go and you plug in your car, and then you get a cup of coffee, use the restroom, and you get a chance to recharge yourself, essentially. So it was really incredibly intuitive and incredibly user-friendly. Maybe one thing, Bruce, that a lot of people may not know, which you explained to me, is the whole story, which seems to be blown out of proportion, about these Tesla cars that are allegedly crashing because they're being driven by themselves. And you explained how that's not really the case, but tell us the truth.
Okay, well, my truth, I told John that I've drunk the Kool-Aid. I have all of the souvenir cups, and I'm Tesla oriented anyway. But what we hear from the news is every time there is an accident involving a Tesla, you hear about it, even if that Tesla's in China or Texas or California or wherever it is. So you hear about each and every accident that happens, but you probably don't hear about the accidents that happen with Chevys on US 23, 7 miles away from your house. So it's kind of a slanted picture that you get. The National Safety Board is looking at Tesla's accident rate. They found 11 instances that they thought they should look at, and there are a lot of assumptions are made when an accident happens, and everybody believes it's on autopilot when the accident happened. But a lot of times, people believe they're on autopilot, but they're not, because they've accidentally taken it out of autopilot and they leave it up to the car to drive. So there are occasions when things happen, and I've actually experienced this personally. If you find a Tesla has a problem with autopilot, you can flag that, and that flag goes to California immediately. They freeze all of the information on your car and send it to California to be analyzed. And I've had them contact me about 2 days later saying, yes, that was wrong. The car shouldn't have reacted that way. And we've now downloaded to everybody else in the Tesla world a repair for that. And it usually takes about less than a week for that repair to happen. So they're constantly fixing things as they go.
Go ahead, Kate. You have a question, Kate? Oh, other questions or comments to Bruce?
See,
Bruce?
Kyle has a hand up. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Okay. How many different battery electric vehicles, new and used models, do you think are available? How do you figure out, how would someone figure out how useful it will be for their particular situation? Like in our group, we have an informal electric car co-op, and we have one Bolt that has 230-mile range, and my normal driver is a 60-mile range IMEV. But for other people, how would they figure out what's going to fit and work for them?
Yeah, as we've talked about, Ben, before, probably the best way is to journal. So you get in your gas car and you write down where you are and where you're going for the day or for the week. But you have to keep in mind that every day you get a new tank of gas. You get to charge your car back up, and you'll have a full tank when you get up in the morning. So it's a little different than a gas car where you fill it once a week. You get filled every day. So as long as you're not, in Ben's case, he's driving a car that has about 60 miles range. Oh, by the way, another person in our group has a similar car to that, and he just passed 100,000 miles. I know, Ben, you've got quite a few miles yourself. So it's just a different way of looking at things. But if you journal what you actually do, you can see if you fit the use case for a car, for an electric car.
And Bruce, what about the fire safety of these lithium batteries? What's the dope on that?
Well, generally, if there is a fire, if you're in the car or near the car when there's a fire, it's a slow starting fire. It takes a long time to catch fire. I think I've owned about 3 gas cars that have caught fire. That's not a slow catching fire. That goes fast. So in an electric car, if there is a fault, and nothing's perfect, so there could possibly be electrical fires in a car, you have enough time to get all of your stuff out of the car, go to the nearest coffee shop and call the fire department. It's relatively safe incident, and it's very rare.
Okay. Any other final questions for Bruce or comments? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Bruce. Great presentation. We really appreciate your sharing all this wonderful information. So we're going to turn now, and actually Bruce kind of teed it up nicely because he installed a geothermal system in his home as one of the first things he did to help take that old historical home to be very energy efficient and savings. And our next presenter is Alan Waller, who is going to talk about geothermal systems. And Alan works for Water Furnace. Alan, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. A great opportunity to talk about basically solar energy, because the Earth is a big solar collector. And with geothermal heating, we're transferring that heating, cooling, or transferring that heat back into the Earth, and using that as a heat sink. So really, it's one of our largest solar collector. But after listening to Bruce talk more about the electric, I just want to get off cue for a second, but I switched over to a lithium battery on my golf cart this year. And what a difference, and how excited I am about that change. I needed to go with, I have a 48-volt battery golf cart, got 4 lead, acid batteries. New ones were going to cost me about $1,000. The lithium battery from Dakota was around $2,700, sorry to say. But in my past experience with the lead acid batteries, first year I usually only get 15, 18 miles on a charge. On the lithium batteries, I go over 40 miles on a charge. I'm gone for hours. That's beautiful. But also it's 300 pounds lighter. I noticed the handling and the speed and it's a little faster than it used to be also. And the maintenance, there's no maintenance. On the old lead acid batteries, I drove that golf cart every day in the summer, and I had to check that level pretty much every 3 weeks. I was getting a gallon of distilled water and topping off my batteries. So I haven't had to do any of that. The distance and the charge, just the amount of dependability and how far I can go now is just phenomenal. And I just want to lead into that and then now back into geothermal. But really, geothermal is again a big solar collector. It's a very small percentage of the market share in the heating and cooling industry, even though we're 400 to 500 times more percent energy efficient than any gas appliance out there, let alone the safety of it. So we're like a big refrigerator, basically. And if you don't know how your refrigerator gets cold, all we're doing is transferring the heat. And what we have is an evaporator inside your freezer area. And we take the refrigerant and it's metered into a fine mist. And when refrigerant's a fine mist, it absorbs the heat. As that gas passes and goes to the compressor and we compress it and go back to the condenser, which is that coil underneath your refrigerator or in the back of your refrigerator, that's where it turns to a liquid. And as refrigerant is a liquid, it rejects the heat. So that was the design and how we heat and cool a home with geothermal heat pump. And then we're using water now as our heat transfer element with the earth. And as long as we're creating a 15 to 20 degree temperature difference between that water, what we're pumping or circulating through our plastic tubing in the earth, and a refrigerant, that's our coax coil with the refrigerant, that's where we get our heat transfer and how we compress it and get it hotter. And I'll say, like on my system at home, on a cold day, my supply area would get up to about 105 degrees. On a mild day in the 40s or the 30s, my supply air temperature is around 85. So it adjusts itself to the energy that's needed to maintain that set point. But what's going on now in the world and I see happening is more and more people want to turn off their gas, get away from the carbon, be carbon free. Doing old historical homes. I just had one up in Traverse City area. Old steam boiler was taken out. They put 4 vertical boreholes up in front of their house there between the sidewalk and their house, close to 400 foot deep. And we put 6 tons in there of heating and cooling with 2 systems. And this is in the historical district of Traverse City. It's an 1860 home. And what was really neat, and see the energy savings on this home is going to be huge, is they had about 10 window units throughout that house cooling it through the summer months. And now with cooling, and I'll give an example, my house at 3,000 square foot cost me $25 to cool my house during the month of June. It was close to $30 in July and around $32 in August. That's keeping my thermostat at 70 degrees. But what's going on also is I'm seeing more projects in geothermal communities. I have a project in Southwest Michigan with 24 homes. The developer on this project said that Consumers Energy wanted over 20 grand to run the gas line just from the main up about a mile or so up this road to their subdivision. And then that didn't include connecting the rest of the homes. And he just decided to go all electric and their, beneficial electrification and their energy efficient, tighter homes. And he wants to use solar then also as a lead into being zero energy or and free. I do have a PowerPoint that I'd like to go over kind of quickly, and it's in regards to a school or something like a school board I would present to a school board. And what's going on is I have a school project also in Southwest Michigan, Countryside Academy. And they have about close to 30 classrooms that have old electric heating systems in there. And it's finding hard to get parts now for these old systems, and they don't even have air conditioning on top of that. So we've worked in a bid for them, and it looks like it's going to be a go, but it's close to around, just as a contractor's bid to replace all these electric units and put the geo in with closed loop, was around $350,000 for 30 units. So it's close to around $10,000 a unit. And then they're going to have another wing built on with 30 more systems coming on. So what's pretty exciting is the contractor is going to go in and put about on the side of the building there where they have their units already in the classrooms, they install 3 to 4 units and then have those 3 or 4 units connected to one loop system, and then go around that whole structure and have that set up. But this little PowerPoint I have has a good explanation of how larger systems, either commercial, school systems, hotel systems, are utilizing geothermal, including residential, of course. But if I could share my screen and go to this PowerPoint, I'll go to that and we'll go from there. Let me find, how do I go to my window? I had it down below. Hang on a second. Let me change view, exit full screen. This is the PowerPoint right here. How do I share that? I'm having a hard time. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay.
There we go.
Yep. There, you see it now? And it's just, I'm sorry, I am, again, work with Water Furnace International. And my background, by the way, I'm a licensed mechanical contractor. Have been since '92. I'm a licensed builder. I have done 3 or 4 different homes and different structures in the past. But also my education was Macomb Community College, and I went through their climate control program with heating, air conditioning, refrigeration, and alternative energy. So we did solar, and we did wind, and had an opportunity of energy management, which was pretty neat, of actually, control systems, and trying to figure a way to, at that point in the 80s, was really how to save buildings energy. So this was set up for K through 12 schools, and it's a middle school in this community here. Let me open it up. And let me go to the next slide here. And schools can realize energy savings of 20 to 40% going to geothermal. And it was from what is geothermal? Webster says it's definition of relating to the internal heat of the earth. And that's kind of neat definition too, because a lot of times we like to say that the sun is heating the earth, and we have a lot of horizontal loops that are only 5 foot in the ground, and we do absorb a lot of that heat that way. But when we do vertical loops, anywhere from 200 to 150 to 400 foot deep, I like to say, yes, we do achieve in getting core energy there. And I think it also helps lessen our material that's used, because our earth temperature are more constant and doesn't fluctuate as much as it would in the horizontal loop. So there is, and we'll get to that later, but yeah, that geothermal is a process of using heat supplied by the earth and cooling to cool a structure. It's the loop. We use a loop. The advantages of it over conventional. I got some case studies, some conclusions, and we'll have some questions. Basically, it's a component, like I said, almost looks like a regular furnace, and I could say and consider a big refrigerator. And it is. We provide. It has a compressor. We have a fan. We have a reversing valve that reverses the refrigerant into the one would turn into a condenser, where the one would be the evaporator, and vice versa. And then we're using water and pumps. And this is a larger setup with a larger pump system. That's got 2 pump system. And sometimes in the larger systems, they will do 2 pumps where they have a lead and a lag set up. And then we're also using variable speed stuff now. With variable speed pumps, we're seeing a savings of, I would say, $150 to $200 on the electrical consumptions on our small circulating pumps. And then with the geo systems, we're actually using inverter technology now with the variable speed technology. Our amp draw on startup is less than a vacuum cleaner, around 10 amps. So here's a picture of a loop going in the ground, and they have they pass through the pipes, and we could do it. They got 6-foot horizontal or up to 300-foot vertical. And again, I've seen them in different categories. And again, the earth warms and heats that up. High density plastic pipe. It's fused together using about 450-degree temperature, and then it's sometimes contains all like a glycol, but most of the systems that I see and that our customers install is water with a methanol in there, and it's usually about 10% of the system. So here's a big building and the loop sitting outside the structure itself. And they're just circulating the fluid, and again, the heat sinking of that changes and collects that earth temperature. And again, it's less expensive for heat transfer. And then there's different systems. We have our open loop system. We could be called a pump and dump. We're just a well water brings the water up. We circulate it. That water temperature is always constant, normally around 50 to 52 degrees in Michigan. And then we just put it out to a pond or a dry well or back down into the earth in some matter or way. But the cost and maintenance on that might be a little higher. You have a mechanical valve opening and closing. You also might have to clean your condenser in there periodically, yearly. Also, you have your well pump, and that's an expensive pump to be running a lot. An average system might use 2,500 gallons of water in a year, for an open loop. Closed loop system in a boiler tower and commercial applications, they will actually add a boiler or a big water tower setup, so they can then use that to help offset some of the cooling and heating when needed. But also in a larger structure, you might have cooling primarily, let's say in a computer lab area, where the outside of that building might have heating. So at that point, our loops are working well together. We're putting heat in from the air conditioning of the computer room, and we're taking heat out to heat the building on the outer skirts of the building itself. But yeah, so there's a few different ways of getting that done too. And then there's a hybrid of, again, combined of those systems. There's a different loop design of vertical, and that constructs of different returns and so forth. And if they get very large, we get a system there in South Bend at the airport. They did some vaults. They did like 3 vaults out there, and then they had the loop fields connected to the vault. And then from the vault, they brought in like, I think it was 4-inch mains going into that. So they were going all the way up to 4-inch piping going into the building. And most of them I see are in that 2 to 4 inch, or I've seen 12-inch up to the different cells there. So yeah, depending on the size and what they're doing. And a lot of concerns then, are the loop sized correctly? And we do have nice design programs now that we can adjust and change, and it's kind of neat because my GeoLink program, I can look here down in Southwest Michigan, and the average earth temperatures are out 52 degrees. I get up to Traverse City, it's only about 48 degrees. Or I go up to the UP, and now it's 42 degrees average. So it does take those effect and the degree days and the ASHRAE information, and I can size a system in the loop to make sure it handles the load of the house. And that's important. And if it's installed properly. And we do have companies that just go out and just do loop systems, but I also have contractors that do loops and installing. So advantages: economical, it's definitely environmentally friendly. You got improved comfort. It's very versatile, less maintenance, and it's very cost competitive. Economical, it's got lower costs, saves up to 30 to 72% depending on what type of fuels are being used or replaced. Return on investment is very well. Once you earn and own that equipment, the payback, it's just residual. It keeps coming. It saves you money year in and year out. And that's tax-free. So they are the most energy efficient, the most environmentally clean and cost-effective way to do heating and cooling. And heating and cooling, by the way, is about 70% of the energy that we use on a daily basis in our lives. And it reduces CO2 emissions. And another neat thing about that, by the way, It 0.6 kilowatt, it reduces 0.6 kilowatts a ton kWh. So if you had an average size 4-ton system, you're reducing the demand on an air conditioner 2.4 kilowatts an hour per ton of air conditioner or per air conditioner. And if you had your power company out there have a couple thousands of those systems out there, you start multiplying that, that's almost like a small power plant. And again, they're actually sized right close to their actual load conditions. So I have a 3,000 square foot home, and my old system used to be a Lennox gas furnace, and it was 80,000 BTUs. And I went over to our largest variable speed unit is at a 060, but with the expanded capacity reaches 72,000 BTU capacity in the heating mode. And I'm like, wow, so that's really I had an 80,000 BTU furnace at 90% efficiency. It was right at that 72,000. I put my geo system in there and I did 5 vertical bores, 200 foot deep. And I have a very good performing system. My home on AEP electric, and right now I'm currently at 16 cents a kilowatt hour. I'm paying around $900 a year for my complete heating and cooling. 5 years ago at 10.5 cents, I was around $700 a year. It was like, wow, $800 I think I was really, but the savings at that point was around $1,000 over natural gas. So, but yeah, again, geothermal, it's quiet. The only problem once you go geo, you got to listen to your neighbor's next door air conditioner kick on in the summertime. It gets a little noisy, but it is the best way, easiest. Once it's installed, it's easy to maintain. We also have them in water-to-water units, so it could be used as a boiler or a hot water unit for domestic hot water. Residential, we go up to 6-ton capacity, and now they say it needs some water-to-water up to 60, but actually we're reaching capacities now up to 300 tons, and we're doing systems in the big colleges like Ball State and Florida State University.
Alan, you got to wrap up in 3 minutes.
All right, that's good. I think I covered it. ASHRAE estimates quite a bit of savings over the life of the years, 19 plus 20 years in life of the units. I think it's, again, one of the most reliable, renewable, energy efficient measures that we can take. And if you add solar on top of it, you're going to get really close to that net zero opportunity. So these are some of the cost competitiveness of geothermals with the closed loops and so forth being installed. And as you can see, we can be very, very cost competitive. And with the tax credits and some of the energy credits available from the co-op electrics, DTE, makes it very cost competitive and installation wise. Now, these are some of the larger dollars and cents there for a big school job, $1 million plus. And right there, as you look at geothermal, it's right in close with any of those other things that were quoted. So as energy efficiency, the long run, it would cost savings is huge. So any questions while I kind of buzz through the rest of these few shows here?
John, this is Mark Levy. I just have a comment that the Ann Arbor Sustainability Energy Utility has specifically called out geothermal as one of the options that they're looking at. It's ideally suited to those kinds of applications. So thank you very much, Alan.
Well, thank you guys for having me. And again, it's just another way of beneficial electrification. And when we're doing subdivisions or big commercial structures, there's less cost involved when they have to bring gas lines in and the infrastructure of natural gas, even though I'm seeing that happening all over northern Michigan. But also at this point, DTE is looking at doing a loop program for their customers because they don't see, some of these country miles, you might only have 3 farmhouses that if they brought a gas line down there, the cost is just way overpriced to do that. So they're thinking they have the equipment, they're using the same piping as we are for our loops. Why don't we just start installing loops for some of our customers and do like a loop leasing program or something of that nature with the power company? But that would be great. Thank you again for having me. Any questions
Outstanding.
up the line, please reach out. I'm on the board with Great Lakes Renewable Energy Association, and what a great opportunity here for everyone. Thank you again.
Thank you, Alan. And close out your screen share, please.
I will. Thank you.
Really appreciate
Right.
it. Great presentation.
And just having fun doing it. I'm all excited and just loving what we do. And again, I think that's the direction that we're going. I'm seeing more and more opportunities, and it's more and more people that want to shut their natural gas off to their house.
Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
now we're gonna turn to Reverend Joan Ross of the North End Woodward Community Coalition. Reverend Joan, take it away.
Thanks, John, and thanks for having us. Boy, I've been overwhelmed by all the wonderful things I've heard today. So we're a little bit different. We're the nonprofit organization that's here where we do had the fortune of meeting with Dave Skrimsky about 11 years ago and caught the solar bug. So we try very hard to carry solar across all of the platforms of our work. Thought it was a great day, and we'd like to take you outdoors to visit a park. So I'm going to ask my fellow co-reg here to kind of take you to Bennett Park. And with us today is Kirk Teasley. He is a member of our team as well as a resident of the North End, and he's going to let you tour the park work that we've done. Kirk, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How y'all doing? Thank y'all for the opportunity to speak with y'all this afternoon. As Ms. Joanne Ross just told y'all, I'm a digital steward with the EII. It's been real fulfilling being able to work in my neighborhood and being able to do these type of things, such as provide free Wi-Fi, power, just another way of life. This has been real important. One of the things that we have in Bennett Park is a power station. Now, the way that this happens is with solar, like she said. We have 4 panels up top. I'm gonna turn my camera around so I can really show y'all what we got. Hopefully, give me a second. There we go. Now, we got 4 panels up top. That's receiving 400 watts of power. That's 100 watts of each. That powers 4 batteries. That goes to our radio right here. That's receiving, that we have a relay all the way down like 2-3 blocks away. So we getting a good connection. Now that power provides enough power to push out Wi-Fi throughout the whole park. And as you can see, this is a big park around here. So Wi-Fi is provided, as well as if you look down here, come all the way down to these 2 little rods right here. The power is also pushing down to go through the ground all the way over here to these charging stations right here that you can power up your phones, laptops, really any kind of electrical device that takes a USB. Like I said, this has been real important around here, especially with the power outages that's been happening lately. People can come up here, charge their phone, call DTE, call family members in case of emergency. You can bring your kids out here. We got slides, everything. What this is provided for us is just a different way to, it's really hard to say because it's really important to me. What this is provided for us is just sustainability. North End is one of the best places, really one of the first that I know of to do this type of thing. And I'm hoping that it pushes out towards all of Detroit. So like I said, I'd like to give it back to Ms. Reverend Joanne Ross for any further questions. And thank y'all for the opportunity. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Reverend Ross?
She's muted.
Reverend Ross, can you unmute yourself?
Do this. So thanks, Kirk. As Kirk said, in the North End, there's a lot of power outages. We first did our first solar charging station back in 2017. We currently have 4 charging stations operating in the North End, and we're looking to expand those into Highland Park and Hamtramck. So just to give you a little bit of idea of what Bennett Park is actually about, the charging stations do also provide Wi-Fi. They burst the park with Wi-Fi and the solar charging port, but we're also able to cover a lot of the surrounding neighborhood with Wi-Fi as well from that park location. So I've got lots of pictures to show you. In addition, we've done, this is what the charging station looks like. Oh, that's Kirk. I'm sorry. Oh, God. Oops. We taped it just in case it was raining today and we couldn't actually show it to you. So in addition to that part of the work, we also do solar in all of our community land trust properties. We have the only community land trust in the city, and we provide solar to all of our community land trust properties. This is our ground array system that we have in the North End on one of the properties. And if I can move this over, I can show you. That work has been picked up by National Geographic. We had a National Geographic Explorer to spend some time with us. And we do solar lighting in the additional to the solar charging station. This is a real popular place in the North End. It's a corner lot that belongs to the house that we have there. So we've been able to do a lot of things there to just kind of bring this out as a really wonderful community space. We host a lot of family outings and things like that there. I'm sorry, I just wanted you to see a lot of the work that's going on in the North End. In addition to the solar ground array we also have this little solar meeting place that for a while we were carrying it to different events and just hooking it up. It is also solar powered. I actually get pictures from people on bad weather days or when there's power failures of folks lined up using our charging stations. We actually have the metrics on them. During COVID, we could have up to 1,800 people, 1,800 connections a month into one of our charging stations. So it was a real benefit for community to be able to have a central place that was open air. They could go charge their small devices, stay in connection with family members, as well as have internet access. Whenever there's a charging station, people can actually sit in their cars around the station and access it. So we had children actually doing homework, sitting in their cars, able to connect to our charging stations. So across the city in the EII program or the Equitable Internet program, we currently have 7 charging stations. 4 of those are in the North End. And we certainly do look to expand the charging station work. So that's basically what we do in Highland Park. We've installed 3 homes with solar. Our goal is to do 1,000 households free of charge to low-income families. In Highland Park, we've done 3. On one of those, we're experimenting with a power purchase agreement where we're actually renting those panels to a family, and that money is being turned back into Highland Park to create a green web map. So in the next couple of months, we will have a green map that is for Highland Park and the solar work that's going on there. I'd be happy to answer questions. I know that was really fast. So thanks, Kirk, for helping me out. Hopefully you get to see the park has a real importance to the families there. They've really kind of tied into that park. They use it as a central place of getting help, getting assistance. Working on preparedness with the neighborhood is one of our priorities. We'd be happy to take questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Reverend Ross, for sharing with us that project. Fang has got a question. Go ahead, Fang.
Thank you. It's a great project. I'm so excited to see that. So I have a couple questions. So it seems that is the system connected to the grid? So
No.
then does it have a battery storage?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, and that's great to know. And also, I would like to know the total cost of the system and the funding source of the system.
So funding sources were grant provided. The particular project that you saw was funded by the Knight Foundation to put 2 solar charging stations in Bennett Park because, as Kirk said, it is a very large park. That total project with signage and everything that's there, we spent just under $15,000 for. So roughly the other charging stations have cost about $5,000 a piece. Bennett Park was a little bit more of a challenge because of the trenching and things that had to be done to get the ports to their delivery point. So that's our first generation station. Stay tuned. There's bigger and better things in plan for charging stations that we're putting up throughout the area.
Kate?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Kate.
Thank you, Reverend Ross. That's fascinating. Is there any problem with theft or destruction of any of this?
The first year that we put the charging stations up in 2017, we actually had regular socket plugs on the charging stations and people were draining them dry. They were charging everything that you could name and running every kind of appliance that you could think of. So we kind of wised up and we went with USB ports. In that first year, we did have some theft. People stole the batteries, but we didn't have them in locked cases and other preventions that we have since added to the project. In the new generation of stations, I think we will have solved that problem a lot better. But right now, no, we do have some maintenance concerns. People, I don't know if kids sit on the little charging ports that you see, but they get loose and we have to go retighten them. A couple of the USB ports have broken and we've had to replace those, but they're minor things. And especially in a park situation where you're outdoors with a whole lot of folks who've never experienced this kind of equipment before, there's that learning curve piece. But when you can hear community people or get pictures of folks actually lined up to use this station, we have so many power failures in the North End. And it's gratifying for me that folks send me pictures and say, look, everybody's at the charging station. So I think that outweighs whatever kind of little bit of maintenance issues and concerns that we have right now, Kate. And we're just grateful to be doing it.
Thank you.
Mark, you got a question?
Yes, it's an outstanding example of environmental justice in action, and I commend you for doing it. My question is this: have you generated or created a guide or a handbook for other communities, or do you have a final report that could be converted into a guide like that for other communities? How to replicate this project?
So interesting, you should say that, Mark. No, we don't. I guess if we don't, we're going to have a lot of plagiarism, if plagiarism is the right word. But there on each sign at each station, there's instructions on that station. And we try to make sure they're in Braille and everything so that folks can access and use the station. As far as a final report, no, we've never done a final report other than to the funders who have helped us to do the charging stations down through the years that we've done them. We actually don't have a report piece. There's been, if you go to our website, there's been lots of articles written about the work we're doing. We currently provide internet to over 207 connections. And of course, some of those are charging stations. So we have families who are receiving internet service from us. They probably are the ones that are in the closest contact with us for everything that's done. So in answer to your question, no.
So I would encourage you to take your various reports and get a volunteer to strip through them and take as much information you can to pack it into a guide of some sort, and then get somebody to give you a little bit of money to convert that to a guide. And I can think of several sources, including Michigan Energy Office, the Michigan Municipal League, and a bunch of solar companies that would probably throw in a bit to help you do that, to convert that to a document so that other communities could take your lessons learned and implement it, because I think it is an outstanding project, very doable and very needed in rural communities as well as urban communities all across Michigan. I don't even think of a place, maybe not Birmingham, Michigan, but every place else in the state needs to have this model and figure out how to do it. I commend you on outstanding work.
Thank you, Mark.
Allie, you got a question or a comment? You're on mute.
I just wanted to say, no, I appreciate having the opportunity to work with Reverend Ross and some of her commitment around community. It was a great opportunity to be able to support some of the charge station work with her, and really seeing like her commitment towards, really making a difference for the communities. Like the people had an opportunity during COVID to really have opportunity to get connected with the internet, even when they're locked in, educate their students and homeschooling and apply for benefits. And so I love the work that she does and that she brings us into, because it's real world, tangible kind of solutions that she puts out. So I just want to acknowledge her for that.
Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Reverend Joan Ross? Ali, your hand's back up. Do you have a question? Okay. No problem. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank you so much, Reverend Ross, for joining us. And it was wonderful to have a live presentation from your colleague at Bennett Park. That was terrific. So
next year we'll do better outdoors. Thanks so much, guys. Thanks, John, for having us.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now, before we get to our next speaker, I got to eat some humble pie on this one, because I emailed everybody a copy of today's program and I mislabeled where Jack works. I put down distributed solar and it's distributed power, and I'm really apologetic. And I know that Amanda and Brandon are going to chew me out. So please, Jack, help me out with them. Tell them I'm begging for forgiveness. But
press, John.
Sounds good. Our next presenter is Jack Droz from Distributed Power, a great solar firm, and we're really happy to join us, and take it away.
Really happy to be here, John. Thanks again. And thanks everybody who's shared throughout the day. I've been able to hop in and out, yeah, really glad to check this out. So a little bit about us, Distributed Power. Today, I'm going to talk about hybrid systems and what we've been, gearing towards over the time that I've been with the company. So a little bit of background: over the last 10 years, we've been able to get together, raise $10 million in zero down loans for homeowners across the state of Michigan. Private homeowners, being able to put them into a position to be able to have systems installed for them, whether that just be solar itself, whether that be something that does include a battery. As we exited the net metering era, we realized that there was going to be a lot more of a focus on batteries, as the grid was no longer going to be able to provide that backup source and that easy dollar per dollar transition and trade-off. So we've been really excited to be able to learn a lot more about the new technologies that are out there. A little bit more about us: we've been able to also install discounted systems on over 25 not-for-profits throughout Detroit. And we're able to develop these $2,000 low-cost kits with donated material and labor to install over at the Jefferson Chalmers arrays over there. So working in that neighborhood has been really, really exciting. a list of other nonprofits like Focus Hope, Downtown Boxing Gym, Ypsilanti Public Housing, Riverside Arts, Ozone House in Ypsilanti. All really exciting stuff for us. But today, a little bit about this hybrid stuff. Now, with all of our solar that we've been installing, whether that's in suburban areas, rural or urban, we find that a huge influence for people is going to be in a lot of cases, obviously, the financing, the money rather, or, being able to have access to that. But really that lowered cost by being able to get away from the grip of the utility provider. So as we've seen the need for that go upward with the price of solar or price of utility electric, we've been watching our different battery companies kind of still stagnate at a price that hasn't really done what solar panel pricing has done over the last 10 years, which is, we know that there's a significant decrease in the last decade. Now, something that we experienced intimately over this past summer was a supply shortage from the battery brand that we actually were really working with the most, which was LG PowerChem. Now that interacted really cleanly with a couple of different brands. One would be the SMA inverter brand, but the one that we liked the most, that we gravitated on a lot of projects, was the Solar Edge system. Now with Solar Edge, you're going to see panel level monitoring from an optimizer that goes underneath the panel. And we like that because of, obviously, with all of these systems, we are putting a 10-year labor warranty on them. Being able to know exactly where the issue is on a system like that, the smarter this thing becomes, the easier that service is, easier it is for us and for the customer. So what did happen to us though was that there's this huge supply chain issue with the LG batteries. What that kind of spurred us to do was get into looking at other brands and what they were doing, not being reliant and beholden to just the one company. And we've had some really exciting developments because of that. A couple over the last actually 2 weeks, I'd say I've met with maybe 3 really exciting companies that I'd like to talk about just a little bit here. One was 2 of these are battery companies. One of them is Sonnen, which they've been around since 2016, I want to say, or at least maybe about 10 years old. But this company's owned by Dutch Shell. They do a battery system. They do a inverter integrated in one of their batteries. The backup is stellar on this, and it's a really smart product. Now, having the ability to hook that up to a Solar Edge system or have it be its own independent system is really exciting because obviously when you look at a huge backlog, you can imagine the situation that somebody might be in if you were to buy a battery product and find that down the line there just wasn't any way that the installer could actually get that. You can imagine how frustrating that might be. Another product is Lion Energy. Now this company is out of Utah. Their products are manufactured in China, quality tested in Salt Lake City. And they have a 13 kW battery where you're going to see standard, really when I look, a lot of these batteries are going to be around 10 kilowatts. We see 3.3s coming out of Enphase, and also a 16 kW that comes out of LG, but obviously that's not really an option right now because of that supply chain issue. Now, the most exciting product that I have seen the last few months here is it's the Lumen Smart Panel. Now, really where this comes in is it's I would say kind of a pairing to the that panel level monitoring that we see from the optimizer. This is the logical next step, I think, for these systems, and this is what makes them smart. This is what makes that hybrid system really work. The Lumen Smart Panel is actually a electrical panel that it prioritizes circuits based on different criteria. One being, if there was in fact a power outage, or you know, what we're going to see with a lot of partial home backups in this power outage is that there's a critical load panel in somebody's house that is just the absolutely essential circuits. If we can't do a full home backup, we'll just put on, you know, what somebody really needs on there. So that's going to be, you know, a couple outlets, maybe some lights throughout the house, and like a deep freezer or a fridge, something like that, that absolutely needs to have the power onto it the entire time. The Lumen Smart Panel is able to have different levels of priority for these different appliances. So if you were to say like, okay, absolutely, you know, it would be really nice to have like the Wi-Fi and the TV on first. We get past the 50% mark on that battery draining, and then that stuff actually kicks off. Now, what that's going to be able to do for us is say, hey, yeah, whole home is an option as much as it is, but as soon as that battery starts, you know, being used, you're going to change your priorities. We realize that. Now, one thing that we've been kind of stuck in that with the making those critical load panels is making a homeowner decide at the moment of install what they think, you know, their future is going to be like, what the priorities are going to be. We don't know when the outage is going to be. We don't know, you know, and we know that, you know, obviously Michigan is what it is. There's going to be a huge fluctuation between the need in the winter and the needs in the summertime during an outage. So what this Lumen panel does is gives the, you know, homeowner the power to be able to actually make that selection. Now, another feature of it is it has the ability to, you know, shut off certain circuits during time of day. So it's like a time of use thing where essentially like maybe during the evening after 1 a.m., all the outlets in the basement just are shut off from panel level. Now, there's just ghost usage that happens throughout the house. We can find that we can reduce somebody's usage to the tune of potentially maybe hundreds of dollars a year if it wasn't drawing off of their battery. But really, I think what makes all of this great is that the homeowner can make a change on any of these things from a really simple app that's on their phone. So yeah, we've been really excited about that product and integrating it with not only maybe, you know, potentially batteries. This would work with any of these systems because it is going to be taking the place of an electrical panel. So we don't find it, you know, that specific Lumen product conflicting with anything. But another great thing that we've been able to do is also work with the generators and find a way for that to also coordinate with these batteries. Now, one system in particular that I'm working with a client on, we're going to be having installed over the next few months, is he has an existing 22 kilowatt hour Generac at his property. With that, we are going to be installing an N-phase system in a 51 panel array and a Lumen Smart Panel, giving him the ability to, we're going to enter into a test phase at this point. We've seen that this is going to offset with the direct south facing pole barn mounted system. This is going to offset, I believe our estimate was 91% of his usage. Now, a lot of this is because we don't go over that 100% because DTE doesn't like to see that. It makes it really hard on their paperwork for us when we do the interconnection contract with them, that documentation. They kick back stuff that is over 100%, a lot, and they also do an estimation of that system that is going to be based off of if all of these panels were directly south facing. So when we find east-west facing roofs, I'm a lot of the time very, drastically undersizing those. So almost like 86% sometimes. Until we can get that contract filled out and filed with them, yeah, we got to maintain this because the ease of, the clerical end of that is also very important. Now with his system, what we're going to see is, as it goes on a lot, we'll be able to learn a lot because of, the monitoring that we're going to be getting from this N-phase system, which different from the Solar Edge systems that we have been doing. N-phase is doing it is a microinverter system, which is still going to provide us with panel level information, from the actual solar on the roof, but it's not going to be, that contingent system on one large power electronic. Over the summer, we've been dealing with a job that we had that was out in Chase, Michigan, where there was an error in the inverter from Solar Edge product. Now, this particular install went in with a cell kit. The clients homeowners did not have Wi-Fi at their property. They had it off of their cell phones, but it was just impossible to be able to troubleshoot that without having a SolarEdge rep come out. Now, the thing is, like, we brought out a separate inverter. We worked with that, and we still weren't able to, with our best techs, figured out without SolarEdge being involved in the process. I think the luxury that we would have with an Enphase based system is that this IQ7 that they have is, significantly more affordable and, a more modular part, because it is basically just a small component where we're separating all of the inverting into, brains out into multiple different pieces instead of one major component that can fail. So with this system, we're really excited for the application, especially, 51 panels on a pole barn, that's a rural application of this. Is this something that we can see happen in Southwest, in, the North End, in Jefferson Chalmers? Is this something we can see happen in, St. Clair Shores or Sterling Heights or Dearborn? We're looking at the ways to be able to apply this to everybody that's within our footprint. We know that these utility providers are, they're pushing on what they want. We want people to be able to stay connected to this grid, but with certain time of use changes that have happened, even under, they've been very obvious to us as I've started to get phone calls directly about people's bills going back up because of changes that have happened under consumers for the cost per believe that they're doing a window of time now as well, where their electricity rate has gone up for cost per kilowatt. So we're seeing the need for this stuff for a lot of different reasons. When you see people's solar systems, solar arrays lose that cost-effective nature after years of existing, it's I'm sorry, I got a doorbell here really quick.
Walks away.
I can take any questions now, also, but yeah, we're really excited to see how this evolves over the next few years. This is a really exciting thing for us because we, obviously, I think it's so much about the technology with solar, and we're really just trying to see how the ways we can intuitively design custom systems that makes sense for the homeowner, how that can make a change in a small way, but also give us that knowledge and be able to, work as a test case for us. This gentleman, like I said, with that large ground mount or pole barn mounted array, he is, completely aware that this is the flagship project for something that is going to be really, hopefully it's something that we are able to, make very standard for us. I think we'd love to see him get to like a $7 bill where it's just a utility or like a line fee. Whether that's something that he wants to keep his, connection to the grid or add more battery or add more solar and stuff like that. That is a complete decision that, he'll be able to make after seeing what he sees. But we're really excited to see how this stuff evolves. I think, looking at what we're seeing with this battery shortage from LG, that gives me a lot of faith that we're going to see more people feel confident to, bring batteries to market, fill that void, and hopefully see in turn the price kind of respond to that and make this more reasonable for people. Now, we've always worked with and always offered that option of that zero down loan to be able to make this digestible over the life of the system. People don't necessarily have that ability. It's been really challenging because obviously, that money isn't really ever free, but we've been able to make these systems work in a way where we do think that genuinely it's going to accommodate and make sense down the line. I don't think that, I think that we also have a really conservative estimation of what the utility escalation is going to be. And I think that it's safe to say that we could put a couple more percentage points on that, but I'll still be here, giving people very realistic outlooks on what their system is expected to produce and what the utility rate is expected to rise by, as long as I'm doing this, because I think, I got a lot of faith in this product selling itself and really in doing that work. I know, the facts are cool enough that you don't have to bend them or anything. But, you know, I'm really, John, I am like, again, so I am open for questions now. If anybody has any, I'm really appreciative of the ability to be here today. And thank you so much.
You're welcome, Jack. And thank you. And it was really interesting talking about these Lumen smart panels. I was not aware of that at all. And that just seems, like you said, a very smart product that many people will like. And you made a couple other comments which are spot on. And the first one is that, yes, utility rates are going to consistently go up. I mean, consumers got a 14% increase, you know, last January 1st. And then they turned right around in the beginning of March and asked for another 8% increase. And we're expecting very soon another rate increase proposal by DTE. And the other thing you said, which is also spot on, is that time of use rates are also becoming the norm. And so we need to figure out how to work with that new kind of arrangement. But that being said, other questions or comments for Jack from our attendees? Must be somebody, come on.
Did I just cover everything so well, guys?
Mark, you got something? Mark, you're on mute.
Yes. So I guess my question has to do with vis-a-vis with storage. It does add cost to systems, but it also provides, you know, flexibility, especially as this model we've been talking about, the sustainability utility model. It provides, you know, homeowners an opportunity to stage when their power is released back into a microgrid or sold to a utility. And I think, you know, as communities grapple with this stuff going forward, I think that you perhaps building that out a bit, that one of the benefits that happens that if a community decides to go the sustainable utility way and to empower nonprofits, neighborhoods, churches, and, you know, residents to generate form microgrids and generate their own power inside that microgrid, that excess power can be sold outside of that microgrid. And they can stage when that, with batteries and storage, they can better stage when that power should be sold out. So example, selling green power from a microgrid in the spot market only to utilities that pay the highest possible dollar for that electricity, you know, and making a deal with DTE. Sure, you can have real clean energy from our SEU. You'll have to pay, you know, top dollar on it. More than you pay anything else, and we'll peg the cost at your blue chip stock price that you.
Mark?
Oh.
Mark, you froze.
Power.
Okay.
I am?
No, you're fine.
It gives communities power. It gives them more flexibility to use it when you think about it in a grouping setting. So I would just encourage you to think through, because I love your presentation. I think you're spot on. The question is, if we're going to go mainstream with this and change the world, we got to scale it.
Right.
You know? Got to scale it. So
and right now,
what are the benefits of scaling?
I think in the terms of like residential one-on-one, and like, you know, I'm so excited for the future when I really get to have that application to the microgrid world, because, like, you know, like I said, we're not fixed in anything. We're not locked into it. Like, it's been a change. It's been an education without like a destination or graduation. Like, we are always en route with this stuff. And, you know, that is going to be the logical next step. Like, I just thought that the Lumen panel was so exciting, and because it gives you that, you know, maneuverability, and it works around time of use, and it does all that stuff. But yeah, Mark, I think absolutely. And I'm right.
Great. Any other final questions for Jack? Go ahead, Kate. Kate, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Does the Lumen panel act a little bit like my Ecobee thermostat? So if I leave the room, it realizes nobody's there and it turns the energy down in that particular room?
It's pretty flexible in a lot of ways. And I think that it would be really compatible product to the Ecobee, because what it's going to be able to do is work off of two real main components. One is going to be, you can schedule the turning off of certain appliances. The second one is that it will be a schedule that would be more based less off of time, but more off of the actual charge that remains in your battery. Now, is that the limit of their function? I don't think so. I think that they really what their plan was initially was when they came to market, they were pushing themselves towards utility providers. They were trying to get companies like PG&E, companies that would be the size of DTE, to adopt that and then be able to put those in all their houses because of its maneuverability. But I believe because of just generally what the system is like, it has that ability to, potentially even interact with an Ecobee. We'll have to, like I say, this is an education. We're studying this product out in the field here once we do the install with it. But yeah, no, I mean, it's part of the smart home for sure. And that's the future. Yeah.
And a lumen panel is a solar panel?
It's actually an electrical panel that goes in your basement and it ties into every single circuit that you have.
Okay.
So, we'll if there's an email list and stuff, John, like when we get install pics from the one, we're doing one in 2 weeks here.
That'd be great.
We'll have all that stuff and send it out to everybody.
That will be great.
Thank
you very much, Drac. We really appreciate your presentation. Okay, we're going to turn now to our last presentation of the day. And this is an amazing project that I have I'm glad I've been associated with it. Juan Shannon in Detroit, Highland Park, has bought a chunk of land, an old school, and he's got this project he's developing called Parker Village, which is incorporating solar. It's incorporating sustainable farming and using water smartly and just really on the cutting edge. And so I'm so happy to have Juan present his project to us as we complete our solar home tour today. Juan, take it away.
Thank you, John. It is a pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to present. I started this project in 2015. That was when we first were able, and when I say we, I mean my team, my little group with Parker Village. But in 2015, we had this idea that I would move my multimedia company down to Highland Park, which is my hometown. And immediately upon being lucky enough to purchase the old Thompson Elementary School, which is a 43,000 square foot building, the concern became, how the heck are we going to pay for the utilities? And that began my journey into renewable energy. So as a social enterprise, which is what Parker Village is, it's a for-profit social enterprise. I guess I kind of introduced a model into the world that folks didn't immediately understand. Well, if you're a for-profit, how are you doing all of these nonprofit type things? How are you giving back to the community? How are you structuring this entire program? And it really took me a year or so before people understood that it's about creating a smart neighborhood that would do things for the community to help it grow, to help it heal, and etc. And I'm sorry? Oh. We'd make our little change or profit, as they call it, off of the hamburgers we'd sell later on. So I hope I'm doing this right with the screen sharing. Let's see. I don't know, can everybody see that? No?
Yep, we can see it.
Oh, okay, good. So this was the idea that I started presenting around to people in 2016. And it included putting solar on our main building here that would power not only this building, but our electric vehicle chargers and some of the outside activities we had over here. And we would eventually tie that into a EV charging station that would add additional solar to pipe back into the net zero houses all along this block. So that was the concept and that was the idea. And so a few years later, what we took it all into different phases. And the first thing that we were able to do was we created a power shed, a solar power shed. And you know, we were fortunate enough that through our relationship with Solidarity, with GLREA and a ton of other fantastic people, we were able to start putting together all of these situations. So this shed was the first thing that we put on the property that was solar powered. And that was so that we could, you know, start storing some tools over there, have a little bit of, a little bit more security, because when we first got there, people were very used to just walking through the abandoned building and doing things they shouldn't do. But today, this shed powers a Drummond transfer pump. So we got 200 watts of solar on top of it. And the transfer pump allows us to do rainwater collection on our campus and to use that water to irrigate our urban and aquaponics farm. We're still working on the aquaponics part, but we've managed to get various portions of that completed. So the Drummond pump is just a little small pump that we use, like I said, to transfer water out of various bins and 300-gallon totes to water the plants that we're growing on the farm. And that was the first thing that we did. After that, we were fortunate enough through our association with the Highland Park Community Crisis Coalition that we got a solar generator to use. The Highland Park Community Crisis Coalition basically started up during the first part of COVID. And the idea fit with our general mission with Parker Village to be a place where in emergencies, people could come to for various things, charging their phones, getting food, et cetera, et cetera. And with that, we managed to pass out over 100,000 bottles of water in the community, 1.5 tons of food, and we are still distributing food and water as things move along. So the next thing that happened with us is that, well, let me flash back. We were able to put the first solar smart street light in this area at our campus. And this was right before a event that we put together called the Energy Sustainability and Tech Fair. And that was kind of like the beacon for us of what was to come. Flash forward to earlier this year, we added 5 more solar street lights, effectively lighting up the majority of that entire block. And it is a fantastic sight to see. I don't know if this photo will come up. So this is our camp, the front of our campus now. Just at dusk.
Juan, there's
Yeah.
nothing on the screen.
It's nothing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm doing something wrong here.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, so we now have 6 solar smart streetlights on the campus, or on the block actually. And this is only one of 2 blocks in Highland Park that has streetlights returned to it. A few years ago, DTE and our mayor came to the conclusion that in order to solve a past due bill, the best thing to do was to come and rip streetlights out of the ground and throw the city into darkness. And even though we presented a plan to relight the city using solar, it wasn't well received at that time. Of course, now it's changing a bit. So we managed to get those in there. And last but not least, what we have so far is that we were fortunate enough to get a donation of 4.5 kilowatts of solar panels from North End, Woodward CC, and Shrinergy. Eventually, it will be a 9 kilowatt solar pergola, and that will power our cafe. Come on. That will power our cafe that's on the campus, and also some of the additional security cameras and more lights on the campus. So we've been fortunate enough to get those items done as we phase out the entire project. Hopefully this spring, we will open up our Healthy Choice Food Cafe. And then also our next projects are to get our EV charger, our first one, installed in the front of the building, and also to add some solar garages, carports, and emergency charging stations on our new gate. But it's been quite a journey. We've been bootstrapping the entire thing. And as I said, as a social enterprise, what we do is we partner with a variety of people and nonprofits and et cetera to provide training, resources into the community, supplies, things of that nature. And so far it has been working out, even though it was the crazy proposal that no one understood 5 years ago. But so far people are getting the idea that we're just here to help primarily. So that pretty much is Parker Village, a smart neighborhood in the historic city of Highland Park, Michigan.
Well, terrific. Are there questions or comments for Juan? Any questions, any comments? Okay. Yeah, Kate, go ahead.
Yeah, Juan, thank you so much. Have you had any trouble? Same question I asked Reverend Ross. Have you had any trouble with vandalism or people not understanding it so much that they're angry and they want to do some destruction?
When we first got the property, we had some people that kind of let me just say, no, not really. We've had some folks that, we left a rake out and we left a shovel or something like that. And, they came and got that. But, since then we've put fences around and signs up, and our neighbors figured out what we were doing. So they've been shooing people away for the last 5 years. Like, hey, not over there. We've been fortunate. No real vandalism or damage. A couple of stray pop bottles and things every now and then, but not. That's been about it.
Okay, kudos. It's amazing you've garnered so much respect that people are protecting it.
Great.
Thank you.
Clyde's got a question. Clyde Taylor.
Can you hear me now, John?
Yes, Clyde, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Well, good. I've been having trouble. I finally got to work around my feedback thing, I think. But tell Juan, God bless him. That's the kind of people we need in our neighborhoods. Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot for this program today. It's just blown my mind. I should have been outside working, but this is too much. I gotta promote this. Monday, I got that meeting up at Claire. So God bless you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Clyde. I think, Mark, did you have a question?
Yes, Juan, I was just wondering if you looked at geothermal in that system in any way.
Yes.
Parker Village, yeah, okay.
I've been talking with a few people for several years regarding putting geothermal in. There's also the blue infrastructure change in our plan, and possibly even some wind. We're kind of experimenting with how those things will all incorporate, including a hydraulic electric pump underneath our building. But all those things are a little ways off. The geothermal, really considering putting it into like the back end of the school building and doing that for the main building. Most of what people have talked to us about was doing, I think it's called a community sized thing. And I'm not exactly sure if that will work in this area, but doing the school building is a little lighter lift, so to speak.
Yeah. I talked to Alan. You may see that it's, on a large scale, if it's a community-based thing, it may be easier because you don't have so much redundancy. And if I do three geothermal systems, one, two, three in a row, each one of those has redundant controls and all kinds of stuff. And there may be, I'm sure there is, economy of scale issues on geothermal that may prove really beneficial to this kind of project.
John Sarver's got a question.
Yeah, one, it's a great presentation, but I'm wondering too, are there any existing homes on the block, and what are your plans for kind of future housing on the Parker Village property there?
Well, we have one house that we are currently rehabbing. We have another property, it's a 4-unit or 4-family flat apartment that we are deconstructing, and we plan to rebuild completely net zero. Then we have another property that we will be putting a 4-unit townhouse in, and then a single family home on the north side of the campus. Beyond that, we are still working with the city to hopefully pick up some more properties. The entire project calls for 18 to 20 residential units, mostly single family homes, and then the EV charging station, which is kind of like a Tim Hortons with a gas station, except all of the gas is electric vehicle chargers. So that's what we're working with the city now, trying to get them to stop holding things up, holding progress up. So
good luck on that.
yeah. No, I'm gonna be calling all of you guys so we can march on City Hall.
Sounds great. Any other final questions or comments for Juan? Joe, Joe D, I saw your hand was up temporarily. Are you okay?
Thanks. Yeah, my question was very similar. I was curious about the net zero housing and it's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, sounds great. Well, it's 2:01. We are 1 minute past our schedule. So I just want to thank everybody. That's the end of our program. It's been a wonderful 4 hours. It's a long time. I want to thank all of you for sharing your time with us for GLREA. I hope you all found it interesting and you learned a ton like I have. I want to thank all of our presenters today, made some fantastic, presentations, quite a variety. And again, very educational, very inspiring. I again want to thank our sponsors, the department, the Eagle Department, Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. Julie Stavelin and Lisa Thomas are like rock stars as far as GLREA is concerned. And then of course, we want to thank Absolute Solar and Harvest Solar as well for being the other two sponsors. So this is being recorded and it will be put up in a couple days on our YouTube GLREA channel on YouTube. And I'll send out a link after it gets up there to all of you so you can share this with your friends and family and anybody that you think might be interested. The final thing I want to say is that some of you may not be members of GLREA. I would encourage all of you to become members because we're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and the strength of this organization is its membership. And so we work really hard to educate people about solar and geothermal and wind. We worked with the Public Service Commission to challenge some of these ridiculous practices by the investor-owned utilities. And of course, we're trying to move policy within the Michigan legislature to support the expansion of solar in Michigan, to support all these efforts that everybody is doing. So with that, I want to thank everybody. And
John, one thing. John, I put the link to Ann Arbor's Sustainable Utility Forum report in the chat, so anybody wants to read it and get up to speed on it, it's available for you. Thank you.
It sounds wonderful. So thank you very much, everybody, and have a wonderful day now. Bye-bye.